2026. We, in fact, would love to hear from each one of you. Now, from data centers and semiconductor demand to energy systems, industrial infrastructure, and manufacturing capacity, AI today is driving what many are calling the next industrial revolution, and rightly so. And to really explore how can India really seize this opportunity and, more importantly, build an ecosystem that is capable of supporting sovereign AI ambitions, all of this while becoming a global manufacturing powerhouse. We have a power-packed session coming up with a very apt theme. It's called the AI Infrastructure Supercycle. And to moderate this session with a huge round of applause, join me in welcoming CNBC-TV18's editor, IT and Telecom, Reema Tendulkar. Reema, good to have you with us. Also now join me in welcoming a stellar panel. Let's give it up for Sunil Gupta, co-founder, MD and CEO, Yota Data Services. Let's keep the energy and momentum going, ladies and gentlemen. Sharad Agarwal, CEO, SIFI Infinite Spaces Limited. Ankush Sabarbal, founder, CoRover.ai Bharat GPT. And Ashish Arora, CEO, Nextra by Airtel. Let's give it up for a stellar panel that we have. And of course, Reema will be moderating this conversation for us.
A very good morning, all of you. So when you think of AI, for the last couple of years, 2 or 3 years, we instantly think of a ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude. And we wonder which is the better model, which is the more efficient model, now perhaps the more cost-efficient one. But AI is so much more than that. The next chapter of AI perhaps is not about the smarter model, but the infrastructure that builds it. We're talking about GPUs, data center, edge inference. And I think the country that builds this physical foundation will have that competitive edge. So I think our job for the next 30 minutes is, can India really become an AI infrastructure powerhouse? What does it take? What are our competitive strengths? Where are we missing? So with that, let me welcome all our panelists. We're still awaiting Ankush, and he'll be joining us in just a bit. But Ashish is there. Sorry. Good morning. So Sunil, let me begin with you. We're calling this an AI infrastructure supercycle. Is it really just a catchy phrase, or are we at the cusp of something very revolutionary? Say what the software industry did to India in the 1990s. It catapulted India, middle-class jobs were created, or is it something similar to the internet revolution? Why are we calling this?
I think the software revolution came just 3 decades back, and internet revolution also came almost at the same time. But before that, we had electricity revolution, we had an industrial revolution, and we had got agricultural revolution before that. This is a new industrial revolution. You can call it 4.0, 5.0, whatever. But this possibly is the biggest revolution mankind has seen for over multiple decades. And if AI is percolating our personal lives and professional lives across industries, the fundamental infrastructure to build that, to host that, to train those AI models, to use those AI models for various use cases in our lives becomes fundamentally important. More than that, I would say that given the nature of the technology, given the implications of the technology where your own data is being used to train the model, it's like your raw material is being used to create an IP, and that IP in turn will be monetized to again give value to you. So it's very, very important considering the geopolitical situations where it is not just enough for India to again become a consumer of technology, but to become a builder of technology. Besides that, we need to build infrastructure. It's important we build this infrastructure of AI in India so that we use our own data in our own cultural context. We train our own sovereign models. We train our own agents and our own use cases, which are specifically for the needs of our own citizens. So the IP of our data should be built by us in India, and underlying that, the infrastructure for that, the GPUs, the data centers, have to be built here in India. It is not a fad. It is real. It is being built as we speak now.
But Sharad, why now? Data centers have been around for decades. Yota's been in the business for the last 3 decades, SIFI for 25 years. Why are we having the conversation right now?
It's mainly because to support the kind of scale and the kind of transformation Sunil talked about. We are really in the phase where, just to take it from the sovereignty angle, where the data is being used to train and give us the intelligence, we are in the phase where we need to be talking about the intellectual sovereignty. And for that intellectual sovereignty, the infrastructure should be prepared for that. And it's scaling in a big, big, big manner. In last 30 years, the way I have seen the way the things transformed, in 2000, we were preparing the data center infrastructure to scale internet, to scale the enterprise network, to connect the enterprises and deliver to them the virtual private network. In 2005, we were enabling enterprises to implement their ERP solutions. We were helping them automate their systems. Around 2010, we were helping with the big analytics, data analytics, and the digital transformation. In 2015, we were trying to do the cloud implementation and cloud transformation, public cloud implementation that is now hyperscale. It has kept growing and scaling, and now it has reached to a level where the time to scale has consistently, time to double has consistently changed. And now, because it's changing so fast, it's doubling so fast, it is important that it is now the time.
Now is the time for India. So, gentlemen, if India has to truly become an AI infrastructure powerhouse in the next 5 years, what is the bottleneck? If I could get one answer from each of you. Ankush?
I think it's just the courage of doing whatever we believe in doing. And we have the infrastructure, we have the technology, and it's enough of technology to really change the world, to say so, or to really solve the problems of humanity and the businesses. It's just, I think we all have to come forward and do it.
Courage.
Yeah.
Okay. Sharad?
I would say the infrastructure.
In terms of?
Ability to execute and build the infrastructure fastest possible manner. So I would say speed.
Speed. The biggest bottleneck, the constraint?
Let me give a little detailed answer of this, and let me decipher this whole AI infrastructure and the AI stack for everybody. If you have heard Jensen Huang of NVIDIA speaking about it, he keeps on talking about the whole AI cake. And that cake consists of multiple layers. At the bottom layer is essentially data center. And data center is nothing but a physical building with lots of power, lots of cooling. That is where the IT equipment is hosted. Earlier, we were hosting CPU-based servers for regular applications. Now we are hosting GPU-based servers, which consume obviously too much of power and obviously require too much of cooling. So that is the physical infrastructure which you require to train AI models, and obviously after that do the inferencing on the model. That is the infrastructure piece. And of course, energy piece comes by default as a part of that because you require megawatts and megawatts of power to support that infrastructure. On the top of that is what you are creating is models. You use raw data, like assume you have taken the whole data of the internet, scrapped the whole internet, and then put into machines, and the machine use some algorithms to train itself to become intelligent. It's like a small child. When it's born, you actually keep on giving some data to the child all the time. This is A, this is B, this is C, this is 1, 2, 3. And after some time, it gets trained and then start giving his own answers, his or her own answers. That is how essentially it's happening. So that is the second layer. That is you are using raw data, putting in the machine, and then machine become intelligent. It creates models. That's what we call as like ChatGPT or a Gemini or Claude or whatever, right? On the top of that, you create an application layer. It can be just a browser layer, like the way you use ChatGPT. You put your prompt and it starts giving you answer. You can just have a browser layer, or you can actually use the APIs of those models and plug them into your enterprise application, like you plug that into your SAP or Oracle or your email or your, let's say, MS Office. That's how the Copilot of Microsoft has come in, right? And obviously, on the top of that, you as a user are sitting, who are benefiting from that. Now, if I put that in the context of your question, I think in India, top layer is never a problem. Building use cases have been a forte of India for the last 3 decades. That is the thing which our software companies, IT companies are doing for decades, and they will again become relevant in that. It's just that they need to redefine themselves. Instead of just doing coding, which they have been doing for ages, they will have to now repivot themselves to start building AI use cases, right? That is India's forte. Just below that, people like Ankush and people like many others, fantastic people, they know what it means to make a model, how to train a model, how to use data, how to create industry use cases. Again, India has got no dearth of great talent to do that. Below that is the infrastructure part. Just for everybody's information, India was just about 200 megawatt of data center capacity just about 7-8 years back. Today, the industry is 1.6 gigawatts. We are 8 times more than what we were 7-8 years back, right? And if we just go by the projections of the various people who are building this infrastructure and also the demand signals, you must be keeping on hearing about Google doing something in Vizag, Reliance doing something. Obviously, all of us are building that infrastructure. You will see this infrastructure going from 1.6 gigawatt to around 8 gigawatt in the next 5-6 years. If we are scaling at such a speed, you can fairly assume, despite all the cribbings we keep on doing, government ne ye nahi kiya, wo approval nahi mila, wo approval nahi mila, we still are finding our way and expanding our infrastructure so crazily, which means India is still a great place to build data center, and we have the capacity to do that. My answer now, the finally coming to my answer is, I think from my point of view, I'm only looking for as much capital as I can get. The opportunity in front of us is just tremendous. First time I am seeing that sitting in India, I'm not able to give my compute, GPU compute to Indian use cases only. I'm right now exporting. US and Europe customers are coming and consuming my compute, which is hosted in India. This is the first time which is happening that we were just consumers of technology. Today we are in a position that our compute is used by other countries. So that opportunity is big. If I can have tons and tons of capital, I have already invested 4 billion. I'm putting another 4 billion within this financial year. If I can get 10 times more than that, that's the only limitation.
So capital is constrained,
yes.
You would say?
Yes, because I can go to detailed answer, I'll not do that, but fundamentally, because the new technology, it demands too much of money. People are also working cautiously. Banks are touching it very cautiously because banks by nature are supposed to be conservative. So it requires risk money, it requires private equity, which is exposed to these technologies. It's happening very frequently in a very large scale in US. That effect is gradually going to come up in India. It is coming up. We are in touch with such people, but I think that effect has to come very, very early in India.
Sharad, I'm surprised no one has said power. Like, if you read all media articles, New York State, for instance, now they have frozen permits for data centers in their city. And everyone's concerned about the environmental effect, the consumption of water, power. Is that not a bottleneck?
Surprisingly, it's not. In India, we have surplus power. Our generation capacity is more than 550 gigawatts. In month of May, when India hits the peak, this year we hit the peak of around 270 gigawatts. Obviously, 550 gigawatt is not around the clock, and it doesn't translate. It's not an apple-to-apple comparison between 550 and 270, but we have enough generation.
And even as we get to 8 gigawatts, even then you're saying
it's still less than 3%. Even if we get to 8 gigawatt, it's still 3% of
data centers in 2030, when we get to 8 gigawatts, will consume only 3% of India's
Just to intervene, when industry become 8 gigawatt, India's installed capacity also will become around 800 gigawatt if we just go by Ministry of Power statistics.
Just remain 1 or 2%. And then the second aspect is that India consistently is investing in the renewable energy. All our additional power generation capacity is coming from solar, wind, and then now with the government's initiative towards the nuclear also. So over the period of time, we will not just have enough power, but also coming from the renewable sources. Therefore, the sustainability angle is also taken care of. Other aspect is, India data center industry, very beginning, recognized the fact that we cannot use potable water for the cooling purposes. And therefore, we deployed closed-loop water chiller systems that typically uses a lot less water than what is actually be required to be used or is used in the Western world where they use evaporative cooling. So these two factors put together, yes, power is not a problem in India, water is not a problem in India.
So water is not a problem because we are using closed-loop system rather than evaporator, which requires how much less water, and what percentage of the installed capacity today is using this?
Across the world, approximately 70% of the data center capacity is using evaporative cooling. But when you come to India, it's almost 100% using closed-loop water chiller systems. India has not been using the evaporative cooling at all. For the comparison sake, for the data-wise, it requires 3 million gallons of water per megawatt every year if you are using evaporative cooling. But when we are doing it using the closed loop water chiller system, it is less than 1,000 liters per megawatt per annum. And that's the comparison of the water consumption that we have.
So power is not a concern, water is. What about demand, Ankush? Because now when we look at the way the data center capacity is utilized in India, a large part of it is sovereign, and a lot of it is hyperscalers routing their workloads through the data center capacity in India. Do you think demand from Indian startups or Indian enterprises is missing to that extent?
I think it's still, I think the reports are saying something else, but I think my understanding is the adoption is less than 1% if I compare with the current technology and the need. I think now the AI has come to the state where it should now start helping us in all basic functions, whether it's about healthcare, education, agriculture, banking, every sector. But how much is practically used? But I think it's very less. I think if you see here the enterprises and the startups and the consumers, apart from they're using ChatGPT and Gemini, I think the adoption is very, very less on the enterprise side, but it's more on the government side. I think first time you will hear that compared with any government in any country in the world. So in Ministry of IT has now started a campaign to do AI adoption in every ministry, every government department. Has any country has done? I doubt, right? So, but it just started. So I think as Neil sir is saying, right? So now the infrastructure is there. Now we are loaning that infrastructure to the people outside India. It means we are not consuming much. So I think it's as I was saying. Now all of us have to don't think just AI. We should do something in AI. Just see whatever we are good at, whatever domain we are in.
Why is that? When we have compute here in India, we're exporting. I mean, it's great that we're exporting, but we would also like, since it is a sovereign asset, it is a strategic asset, we would like to see Indian enterprises use it.
Absolutely.
So what is the missing link in that?
So just thinking about how do we increase the productivity, efficiency, accessibility. Think about say healthcare, right? So I think in the West or probably in the metros, what is healthcare, how we can leverage AI in healthcare. I think it would be about probably doing more with less doctors or probably increasing the accuracy. But think about the rural India, it's about accessibility, right? So how can we use AI and ensure bottom of the pyramid uses our healthcare? So are we doing it? I doubt. But have we started thinking about it? Yes. I think think about all basic functions, right? We have not taken birth to do AI, right? So we have taken birth, I'm not sure why, but there are basic things we have to do. Just ensure how do we make the existing functions more accessible, better, productive, efficient. And if you start thinking about that, I see now people have started comparing with the ChatGPT. I think maybe the people in this room, right? Have we missed the bus? No, we have not missed the bus. The bus has not just started. The infrastructure is being created. So now we have to leverage this infrastructure, leverage the model, whatever is existing, we'll keep building the models. So but just make sure the way we consume the basic things get better. I think the AI should be like the way we get electricity at home or water at home without worrying about the engineering behind it. I think once we reach that stage, then probably we'll start seeing the adoption happening.
By the way, folks, Ankush here these two are the infrastructure guys. They're the ones building, but Ankush here is the demand guy, applications guy. He's built Bharat GPT, which is used across NPCI, LIC, IRCTC. How tough was that?
No, nothing is tough. So it's just, I think, thanks to them who have envisioned having this kind of service before ChatGPT, right? So there were RFPs that we had participated in RFP. You see, we were already visionaries. There's no challenge. There's nothing. There's no challenge even building something like ChatGPT. What do we need? Data. It's all available in the internet and GPUs. And I'm not saying we should create it. I don't see any reason. I believe the way we are creating models, we can never ever achieve the AGI or super AI, the God AI. I have the idea. We'll talk about it later. But I think we just have to, we don't have to create ChatGPT of India, right? We have to probably recreate what UP has done in payments in India, what identity, the Aadhaar has happened, the way infrastructure, the telecom has happened. I think we need to have our own story. And again, reiterating, nothing has been missed. We can still lead the AI from
As
India
Sunil said,
for
we're
India.
building the foundation for the next industrial revolution in India. Sunil, just to reference that point that you made earlier, right? In a way, data centers today, data goes in and intelligence comes out, which is very different from what data centers were, say, 5 or even 10 years back. I think back then they were more digital warehouses or digital storage lockers. But what percentage of YOTAs and the industry today would be the regular rental, the co-location storage, versus what we call the AI compute, which leads to intelligence?
I think let's take it that for last 30 years, as you said rightly, the data centers were used for hosting general purpose applications, right? Even right now, every single one of you, your company or organization must be running your ERP or your mailing system or your e-commerce application or banking application, whatever business you are in, those are running in some data centers. Some of you may still be running in your own offices, but that is very less common nowadays. It's running in some data centers today. And that is something which will keep on organically growing. Those things are not going out of our life. They'll keep on organically growing all the time, and they will keep on filling data centers all the time, right? So around 25% CAGR growth of data centers is still happening hosting those applications, which itself is a phenomenal growth. But in the last 3 years, because of generative AI coming in our lives, because of things like ChatGPT followed by Claude, Gemini, and so much of tools coming in our life, and people finding that AI is a horizontal technology, is not specific for a particular industry or use case. It is something which can be applied to across board any vertical, any use case in any industry. The adoption levels are very, very high, increasing at a tremendous pace. That is one point. Second is that the demand of the infrastructure to train an AI model or to use a model for inferencing to give answers to your prompts is significantly higher compared to the infrastructure demand of a regular application. So just to give you a perspective, if in the data center, so far we were running a physical rack in which the servers were hosted, was consuming, let's say, 6 kilowatt of power per rack. That itself is equivalent to 3 or 4 of our apartments, by the way. Right, a 6 kilowatt, which used to be a very low powered rack in our data center today, and we used to run thousands of them. The same rack today is supposed to carry around 150 kilowatt of power, which is 25 times more, and that density is further increasing. So because of this huge densification of the data centers, and obviously when they're consuming so much of power in a small Elmira, small rack, the amount of heat it generates and accordingly the need to cool it, the engineering of data center also has completely changed because of all that, right? So because of this, the demand of AI has suddenly come up to us in the last 3 years, and the infrastructure requirement of AI is significantly higher than CPUs. Even in these 3 years, I can say that it's a very rough estimate. It is not published figures, but you can say safely, today at least 15-20% of the data centers might have been only and only for running AI workloads. But just to a caveat, just see this situation 3 years down the line. This number may become more than 70%. If you see, and I think between Sharon and we keep on talking about when we build data centers, and we have been doing it for ages. 10 years back, if we are building a 6 megawatt data center, it used to be a big data center. 3 years back, if we were making a 25 megawatt data center, it used to be a big data center. Today, you don't talk less than 1 gigawatt. Everybody says, I'm putting a 1 gigawatt data center. Now, how this scale has increased 40 times higher, purely to run GPUs for AI. So this number of how much of data centers workloads will be AI and how much will be non-AI, my feeling is 3 years down the line, this number will be around 75% running AI and 25% for CPUs.
So today we're at 1.6 gigawatt. Of that, approximately for the industry, 15 to 20% would be hosting AI workloads.
Yes. Because we are just at a starting stage. We are just at a starting stage right now. Right.
Yes. But we're still importing all the GPUs, right?
Sorry?
We're still importing all the GPUs from NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Isn't that a vulnerability if increasingly, when we get to 8 gigawatts, and that 70% of that is going to require advanced chips, we don't manufacture them here?
Okay. you are getting into a different debate altogether, and that debate is about sovereignty. And so many times, I think, all the sovereignty
But
debates...
Isn't that needed if we want to be...
First of all, First of all, sovereignty for sure does not mean we will do everything ourselves within our organization or within our country. For that matter, any country in the world will never be able to claim the entire value chain of any stack, whether it's a cloud stack or AI stack, they can do within their own country or company. They have to have productive alliances with others also. What you need to make sure, whether, of course, you need to build as much capability within your country, like building your own servers, building your own chips, that is what Semicon India mission is all about that. Building your own servers, building your own models, chips, that is what India AI mission is all about. Having your own rare earths capability, that's where government is trying for rare earths. So we should definitely try to have as much capability in the country as possible, but also we need to have multiple productive alliances with multiple countries and partners. Fundamental is no single country or no single company should have a kill switch that they can remotely switch you off, creating a blackmailing situation because you are only dependent on them. By the way, NVIDIA is one company doing this. Bigger part of AI going forward is inferencing and not training. The moment you go for inferencing, there are multiple options. Google has TPUs. AMD has got their own set of GPUs, and there are multiple operators. By the way, Indian startups also are in the process of designing and manufacturing GPUs. So the moment the world starts scaling AI, NVIDIA, of course, will always remain a very, very dominant operator, but at the same time, you'll have multiple different options. You will not be dependent only on one company. But other than chip, which is one thing where India may still take some time before it starts manufacturing GPUs also. We have done a good start with Semicon, this thing. Someday, we'll also start manufacturing GPUs. But other than that, the entire value chain of AI, using the chips to build servers, we are doing in India. Building data centers in India, we are doing it. By the way, 80% of the components of data centers today are built in India. Just 10 years back, we were importing 70% of the components to build data centers. Our UPSs, chillers, even race floor tiles we used to import. Today, everything is in India. On the top of that, models, databases, applications, other than GPUs, which is obviously India is still dependent on importing that, which obviously Semicon mission will take care of that after some time. ASML partnership, by the way, is a great thing which India has done. So that is one only thing which India is dependent on. Every other thing, India is very, very fast speed, increasing its own self-sustainability and building multiple alliances as well. Yeah.
Okay, so no company today, according to you, has a kill switch. Yeah. If there are geopolitical supply line, on account of geopolitical issues, if the supply lines get ruptured, India is not going to be at a disadvantage to your mind.
We should go towards that. Yeah.
We should. In fact, let's get in the audience view on this particular. Do you think India has a vulnerability because we don't manufacture our own chips and we depend on different countries and companies? A show of hands, and then I'll just get in some more audience questions. Okay, I think we've got a question. Yes, ma'am. I think we just wait for the mic. Can't hear you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Sharad, if you may recall, I met you in Raipur for an earlier project when you were trying to set up something there. And one of the chief vulnerabilities we discussed at that point in time was around the lack of fiber cable all across, which is still a reality in Northeast India. So we're still looking at spaces where even regular phone connections don't work, let alone high-powered data flows and talent. I'm sorry, it's a very basic, simple thing, but do we have the technical expertise coming back to India which can handle this level of engineering proficiency? So two aspects.
So first part of the question is the infrastructure.
This is Bhavna, by the way.
Where the infrastructure is really available in the remotest possible area of the country, where the network can go there. And if the network is not able to reach there, how will they connect to the data centers, and how will they really be able to consume the outcomes of the data centers or the AI properly? I think there had been a significant work done by the whole industry to improve the reliability of the infrastructure in the remotest part of the country. back in the days, in my previous job, when we were trying to assess where we should go and build another cloud region, the basic question was that, hey, why should you build a data center in a metropolitan city? You go and build it where electricity is least expensive. Probably do it behind the meter electricity generation and build a data center there. On that day, we could not, and then at that time, we could not take that decision to go and launch a cloud region in remote cities like, let's say, Guwahati or Raipur or Bhubaneswar, because the network availability was not there. The scale of the network that was required was not there. But lately, a lot of network has been laid using many, many different methods. Gas Authority of India Limited have done that. We have extended the transmission lines across the country, and transmission lines, if you notice, carry optic fiber cable on the top, and it goes very reliably. If the cable is going with the gas lines or the transmission lines, it is super reliable, and it is taking gigabits of the capacities to the remotest possible of the remotest part of the country. So that fixes that. And for that, the talent was within India. It was mainly the execution capability. That's what was required. So we are there. Talent is definitely a good part of the whole equation, but we are already there and we are executing it.
Okay, any more questions? Yes.
Okay, thank you for first this discussion. My question is first related to this chip. Definitely this is a concern because if any sanction will come, all NVIDIA uses and all things will stop. But apart from the biggest concern is the uses of these AI models, whether it's ChatGPT, Gemini, or cloud. We have huge dependency, right? Right now, whole AI development, whether it's corporate or government, is based on this. In coming years, 3-4 years, when AI is on full-fledged, then you are thinking, apart from this LLM, we should move SLLM. And when we move on SLLM, then do we really require these big data centers?
Yeah, see, it's not one solution for everything, right? It's not LLM or SLM. So I think if you see, I always think we need a hybrid approach. One is the creation of model, which is in headline, right? So, but we citizens are in the inferencing. So now let's focus on this, where even there is LLM, SLM. Now I started thinking about personal language model, right? So we all have compute with our mobile phones, right? So we can have even 1 billion parameter run on our mobile devices also. But it depends what's the use case we are solving, right? If I'm creating my own co-pilot or co-assistant or digital twin, so then the very tiny model is required. But if I'm doing for one organization, so organization has internal use cases, probably the SLM, but organizations can also serve the whole world. So that can be the large language model. So we need hybrid approach based on how much reasoning we need and how much, and what is the privacy and secrecy for the model which you are working on. So models, it's not like model is created once, right? If you see, I think ChatGPT is releasing every 4 weeks, Claude is releasing every probably 3rd, 4th day. So it's not just about creation of a model, it has to keep creating new models, fine-tuning models. The demand is always going to be there, but the more demand, I agree, that has to come with the use cases inferencing. So if we, as I was saying, the AI should be like electricity and water, so we consume electricity more and more as we grow with the more gadgets and all that. And I think the real success would come when we stop thinking about AI and start using that in the real use cases. Demand will, of course, grow, and that's why we all have to start solving it. Instead of just being the users, we have to become the creator of AI, I think, from India. We all of us, we can with something like vibe coding.
Yeah, let me answer this second part of the question, whether the data centers will still be required. It will be. Maybe the usage of the data center, the need of the data centers will move to the different direction. So when the trainings are happening and then the more and more use cases are coming for the training purposes, there are a lot of big gigawatt campuses being created. But when the inferencing is happening, that inferencing may be required to be done closer to the user base in a more low latency ways, and therefore a lot of edge data centers. And over the period of time, you may see that there will be a lot more smaller capacity data centers coming up in almost every state, going forward maybe in every city.
Yeah, just to add, so I was thinking, I knew they both are coming. I was thinking you should partner, and every bank now has some locker. I don't know what is kept in the lockers. So that locker room should be converted into a data center. So you guys are the power plants. You should be thousands of substations, and the wires and gadgets should be at home. I think you guys should be there because banks are there in every corner of the country. So provide the data centers there so that...
I think his was really a good, tricky question. He has tricked all of us to start answering your question, right? but again, because they have answered, let me also add my bit. So frankly speaking, so far we think AI is all about ChatGPT and Claude and Gemini also, which are great horizontal use cases. They will keep on becoming more and more intelligent. And their use cases, every single day you'll hear different industries, how they're using those models to have great value addition. That will not stop. They will become more and more intelligent, right? They will keep on happening. But, so first of all, they are not going out of the life. You said that if LLM get replaced by SLM. No, it's not getting replaced. LLM will have their own use cases the way we are using, and those use cases will keep on expanding. What you are talking about is lakhs and lakhs of SLMs and micro models will be coming up, either at industry use cases like healthcare or agriculture or whatever, or micro models for specific companies. Tomorrow you may have micro model for yourself, which is your alter ego. So it is like small models with thousands of users and large models with millions of users. That is one part. And you require training cycles, GPUs for each of those SLMs, lakhs of SLMs, not few SLMs, number one. India itself will require lakhs of SLMs. Second, which I'm repeatedly saying, and if you see again Jensen speaking and everybody in the industry speaking, right now the world is more of a predominantly training cycle, and that's where GPUs are getting used. The real thing, training is just a means to achieve the end. You are training the machine. But the real purpose of AI is when you're using the intelligent machine to get a value add for you, which is inferencing. Imagine India has got 1.4 billion people, right? 1 billion people are carrying smartphone, right? They are using every single moment. Right now, you all must be, again, using something on your mobile right now. When you have AI-enabled apps on your mobile, and it's available at, say, 100 rupees per month subscription or free of cost, that's how India's economies work. Just imagine the type of GPUs required when billions of people start using some of the other use case in your life the way you use WhatsApp right now. That is where these GPUs and these data centers will be required. So our job is still safe. Thank you.
In infrastructure, I think supply creates demand. Like nobody built for UPI scale transaction. It came and then transactions exploded. And same is the case with even geo and telecom and the way data. Just give one final question since we're out of time. And this is a one-line answer only. 10 years down the line, India would have won the AI infrastructure race if completed for me, Sunil.
Sorry, if you can repeat, sorry.
Okay. 10 years down the line, India would have won the AI infrastructure race if
India puts enough risk capital, if people really believe in AI and start questioning AI and start believing it, and start putting, like he used the word courage, I'm using the same thing also in a different way, courage, put risk capital into this, put R&D capital into this is here. Everything else is available in India.
Plus, also adding to the talent capital. So making sure that the talent is able to spend enough time in the research work, and we build tolerance for failure.
Ankush, that's on the input side. What about on the output side? What should we be able to see it at 10 years down the line?
Yeah, so I think we should be able to democratize the intelligence. Earlier I used to say democratize technology, information. Now I'm saying democratize intelligence, as every individual have phone, every individual has intelligence, so that we get the collective wisdom, right? So now, I think if you are able to provide that intelligence, so when people say whatever had to be said, it's already said. I don't believe in that, right? Every day it's a new learning. So there is a wisdom in every brain. So that we have to collect. When we make that thing very cheapest, if I can access my grandfather's memory, brain, and that would have been possible when we had started doing the personal language model since then. And now let's start. I think when we can democratize intelligence in the cheapest possible way, I think then all races or whatever
That's
beings
a
will
wonderful thought to end the conversation here. Thank you very much, Ankush, Sharad, and Sunil for joining in. Thank you once again.
For a group picture, please. Thank you to our panelists. Rima will request you to stay back on stage with us. But thank you to our panelists once again. Rima, we'll request you to kindly stay on stage back with us, as Rima, in fact, will be moderating our next insightful conversation as well, which is very aptly titled The Changing Face of Warfare and India's Decade of Defense Leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, as geopolitical realities evolve, defense manufacturing also today has emerged as one of India's most significant opportunities to strengthen self-reliance while also becoming an important contributor to global supply chains. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists. Dr. Chandrika Kaushik, Distinguished Scholar and Director General, PCNSI at DRDO, to kindly join us on stage, please. And let's welcome her with a huge round of applause, please. Welcome, ma'am. Rima, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Very excited about this conversation. Let me begin with the first line, the changing face of warfare. You know, a couple of decades back, or even 5 years back, when we thought about a nation's military might, immediately you would think of how many fighter jets do you have, how many tanks, how many artilleries. But now increasingly, that's being countered, challenged, complemented by inexpensive drones, AI, cyber operations. Ma'am, the entire face of modern warfare has changed now. It's no longer just about hardware, but it's also equally about software. So given that the face of warfare has changed, how has that changed the thinking and strategy at DRDO?
I think that the change has been there for quite some time. We have seen it in the current wars, but the change has been building up gradually. If you take any weapon system today, there is an inbuilt software, and of late, more and more of AI also getting built into it. So DRDO has been working on a number of software as a solution, as you say, and the EW systems for a long time. Today, the software-defined radios, the geographical information systems, the command and control systems across the three services, all of them make use of software, and EW is something, as they say, whosoever controls the spectrum controls the war, right? So that's the reality today. The AWNC system Netra, which you would have seen the FOC recently. So over and above the platform, where we still depend on a foreign OEM to give us the platform, all the mission systems, all the logic, all the intelligence that is built into it is again homegrown technology. And I think the defense has imbibed the technology in a big way. And while the traditional arms, ammunitions would continue to grow, more and more of software-based solutions using AI and all is the way to go in the future.
And how sovereign is our AI, the technology that goes into the DRDO and defense?
I think sovereignty is something that is the key to everything that happens within, the government's directive of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So that Atmanirbharta comes basically from sovereignty. If you control the software stack, you control the data on which you are training your algos. So within DRDO, we make sure that the algorithms that are developed, the data sets that are used for training, all of that is home built. Even the software stacks that are developed, especially for the weapons, defense platforms, etc., are all done within the labs. We have come up with our own software development guidelines, the verification and validation processes, the ETI framework for evaluation of the AI stacks that we build, all that has been identified, and a structured framework is available to make sure that the technologies that are built, the solutions that are built are sovereign. We have complete control over it.
100% sovereign. No import dependence.
Absolutely.
Okay. If anyone in the audience has a question to ask our distinguished scholar here. Okay, I'll let you all think for 2 minutes, and then maybe I can come back to you for more questions. You know, the next line, ma'am, of the introduction, the topic, was how does India achieve leadership in defense? What are your thoughts on that? And here, particularly, I wanted to get your thoughts on the kind of spend that we do on R&D. Now, India's defense budget is 7.8 lakh. The amount that goes to the DRDO is about 29,100 crore. That's about 3.7%. Do you think, to your mind, that is enough, or more needs to be spent on R&D?
So I think R&D is something that we need more funding. We also need more resources and in terms of manpower and all. But that is something that we are working on in a collective mode. It is not just the DRDO labs that are working for the development of specific systems. We are together working as a larger ecosystems. So most of the young startups working in this domain are working with the DRDO labs in some partnership model or the other, either as a development partner for developing specific solutions, or as a part of a TDF project. We have the IDEX scheme. The services also run certain indigenous development challenges. So it's more of an ecosystem, with DRDO being anchoring the development of the indigenous efforts towards building sovereign capability.
So earlier we would always think that DRDO was the brain, the innovation engine, and then they would give it to the PSUs to manufacture. The private sector would also be a part of it. But do you think that's increasingly changing? Even from the innovation for IP development, the industry, DRDO, is increasingly looking to work with the private sector and startups with the various schemes that you spoke about?
I think absolutely. Ever since 2001, when the defense industry was opened up for the private sector, there has been continuous government focus on integrating more and more of all the participants in the ecosystem. While the public sector has been and continues to work on defense systems, the private sector has also come up in a big way. Today, I think more than half of our development and production partners are from the private sector.
And you would be okay if the private sector owned the IP, or would you be more comfortable that the government owns the IP?
I think the current rule position, and this drives its strength from the GFR, is that wherever government is spending money, government is spending resources, the IP belongs to the government, right? So that is thing. This is something that we have changed in the Technology Development Fund, where the IP is shared equally by both the industry partners who co-create the IP with us and the government. But for the larger tech that is developed in-house in the DRDO labs, I think the IP still belongs to the government. And I think that is something where we'll have to treat carefully before we
You know, one of the biggest success stories of India's defense, one is indigenization. You spoke about it. From import dependence, we've come to indigenization. And the second one is exports. I remember 10 years back, India's defense exports was 1,500 crore rupees. Today, the number stands, I think, at 39,000 crore rupees. That's a massive jump in just the last 1 decade. How do you see India's exports going up? And if I may add one question, India's defense, the exports, from a large value point of view, still come from components or, maybe, ammunition sub-assemblies. In terms of pure IP, whether it's a Pinaka, Astra, it's growing, but it's growing off a small base. How do you see that changing?
I think the curve has gotten flex. We have started steadily going towards more of exports. We have a target of 50,000 crores for 2029. Today we are talking about exporting Pinaka weapon system, the guided Pinaka, the radars, the weapon locating radars. We are talking about exporting the BrahMos, the Akash missile system. There are multiple opportunities available for industry. And I think it's the industry which is kind of leading the race by reaching out to newer markets. I'm not sure how many people would know about it, but our very own indigenously developed wheeled armored personnel carrier, which one of our private sector companies had developed with the DRDO lab, they're now setting up a co-development, co-production facility in a foreign soil. So that is the way to go. More and more companies I see for systems that have been developed in the country, they will go and set up co-development, co-production plants in foreign countries. And I think it's not too far away where we will be able to export large platforms, large systems to many, many countries.
Do you all have a number in mind when we reach that stage where we export complete, full assemblies, full systems?
We're already doing it.
We're growing, as I said. There's Pinaka, there's BrahMos, all of them, we're exporting.
And target for 29 is 50,000 crores. So I don't want to put a target. I'll leave it to the higher authorities for us to put on. But I think I'll not be surprised if we surpass 50,000 also by 2029.
That's amazing. At the DRDO, how are you all using AI? We're already using AI in laboratories. I think the way we've developed drones also has been fantastic. If you could tell us how you all are using AI to develop more and more, whether it's ammunition or algorithms, of course we would be. But if you could just explain a little bit more about that.
So I think AI is something that we are now trying to integrate in almost every system. So based on the data that is available, the learning models that can be incorporated into the systems and the platforms. And we are increasingly looking at trying to put AI on the edge, in the sensors itself, right on the platform, so that you can actually reap the benefits of using those AI models in the field conditions. So AI is something that we are kind of extensively using across all systems that are getting developed in DRDO.
And as we develop, and globally, more autonomous weapons are developed and AI gets more capable, what is the thinking behind whether an AI will be used to make a decision to fire?
So I think that is something that a lot of effort is happening on. The global governmental experts, which are debating the Lethal Autonomous Weapon Systems Treaty as a part of the UN effort, that is something where a lot of discussion and debate is happening. So whether it is a human in the loop or human on the loop, our personal thought process, and that is we need to define and kind of bring out the safeguards, the guardrails that are there in any autonomous system that could be used for lethal capabilities. So I think from the country's perspective, we feel that we need to have a human in the loop for the final command for any lethal action.
And you said human on the loop also, or you just mean the final decision has to have a human involved?
Yeah.
But what if the adversary doesn't play by the same rules?
I think that is a tactical question, and I will leave it to the tactical decision makers, maybe in the field. But the global consensus seems to be emerging towards everyone trying to follow the ethical part of using autonomous systems.
Okay. So ethically use AI, because this is increasingly becoming a very important issue. Another thing that we've picked up when it comes to DRDO is that, you guys are world-class when it comes to developing prototypes, but not all of it always translated into production at a mass scale, at a reliable scale. And the DRDO has been working very hard to remove some of those friction lines between the prototype to actual full development. What were the constraints earlier? What were the issues earlier? What have you resolved? How have you resolved it?
So I think a few fundamental structural changes that we tried to make, and it is all of ministry effort. One was linking up the development processes to induction, right? So we linked the development of mission mode DRDO projects with their takeaway, the acquisition cycle. So right at the beginning of starting a development project, there is clarity on what kind of numbers would be inducted, and that helps the industry also in getting coming together during the design and development process. So that was the first structural change. So when the government gives an acceptance of necessity for initiating the development of a major system or a platform, along with the go-ahead for the development, it also gives a go-ahead for the kind of quantities that will be inducted post-successful development and trials phase. So that was the first major structural change, and it got incorporated in 2016. And today we have more than 6 lakh crores worth of AONs which have been approved for induction. And the second change was that once we had this approval, we could identify a development cum production partner, and this could be anyone from the private sector or the public sector, and we always follow a competitive process for identifying an industry partner. So with each such AON accorded system, we have an industry partner which starts working with the DRDO lab right from the beginning of the project. So they are doing concurrent engineering. So the prototype that comes out for trial and evaluation is made by the industry partner, and then it kind of compresses the time cycle for evaluation, induction, the integration facilities, the production facilities get established, and things move much faster. On the production side, we are also trying to anchor that all stakeholders through working committees for production coordination work together, the industry partner, the DRDO lab, the user community, plus the quality assurance agency, so that as soon as a contract is signed, this mechanism kicks in and which kind of reviews very, very regularly the progress that is happening, and in case there is any issue, it comes to the forefront at the earliest rather than till someone flags it out.
Any questions here for ma'am, our distinguished scientist from DRDO? She's doing such a wonderful job. If anyone in our audience has a question. Oh, Shireen.
Oh, may I?
Hi. First of all, I enjoyed this special, insights from defense. My question is this: we have seen many success stories. In terms of earlier, a speaker also told that we have launched the ships. We have made INS Arhant, that is nuclear power submarine, and a lot of things are happening in Indian Navy. Parallelly, there must be something happening in Indian Air Force. But in Air Force, we have seen 2-3 mishaps. Tejas could not be, success story. Some few months back, there had been some, fatal when air show was there. So how we see as a civilian that Navy is, getting success stories, how the Air Force is doing in terms of only fighter planes. Other places are okay.
So I think Air Force is doing a wonderful job anchoring the D&D process, putting their AST for the evaluation of it. They have a NFTC which is doing the test coordination. Certain mishaps could occur, and I don't want to get into the details of what has happened, why it has happened, but Air Force is doing a wonderful job of identifying the systems that have to be developed indigenously, making sure engine is the only last barrier which needs to be broken, and the government is in very, very advanced stages of giving approvals for the same.
Shri?
Thank you very much. Ma'am, 2 questions for you. We talked about indigenization and the imperatives and the priorities that the government is focusing on. As we look out over the next decade, between indigenization as well as modernization, what do you believe the DRDO would like to prioritize? And secondly, we talked about the export opportunities. With President Trump forcing the NATO allies to remilitarize, what kind of an opportunity does that open up for India?
Okay, so coming to the major focus areas, engine I mentioned is one, and both for the airborne sector, propulsion for the land sector, as well as for the naval platforms. That is one focus area. Second, hypersonic systems. We will need to develop much faster weapon systems, and a lot of work is happening in this area. EW spectrum, control of the EW spectrums through different kind of capabilities for all the 3 services. That will be again one more focus area. Over and above the autonomous systems, we need to have the core capability stack for both autonomous operations, lethal with man in the loop. So that entire tech stack, which is required for powering these up, are being focused upon. Coming to the export opportunities, I think towed artillery guns, similarly the various kind of radars, these are multiple platforms plus various kind of missile systems, right? There's a lot of demand coming for anti-drone systems today, a lot of export applications coming for industries trying to kind of supply them to external agencies. So these are some of the export opportunities, and I think it is kind of today, maybe the manufacturing capacity is becoming a constraint because we have to manage both our own needs as well as for exports. But I'm sure it's only a question of time where our industry scale up to meet both these requirements parallelly.
So if exports have to double, triple from here on, the only constraint you see is India's manufacturing capacity?
I believe so. And maybe
Okay.
some of the industry doyens should support me on that.
Okay. And just to add that point, right, the world is remilitarizing themselves. Europe plans to, EU was spending 2% of its GDP on defense. Now it's planning to spend 5%, right? Increasingly, when that absolute number goes up, the more goes up even on the R&D front. Now, I know India can't match dollar for dollar what other countries are doing. India has to have its own playbook to win in the defense and establish its leadership. So if you have to give us your closing thoughts, what should be India's defense playbook to achieve this leadership?
And I think I missed out on answering her question on the opportunities for Europe increasing. So a number of opportunities for export are also emerging from the European markets. A lot of our ammunition people and all are finding opportunities, and not only arms, ammunitions, multiple, I would say the guns, the missile systems, the sonars, various kind of radars. We can build things much more cheaper, and if the manufacturing capacity is kind of increased, we will be able to ensure that we will be able to meet not only our own requirements, but also those from the other countries. So I don't think there is any constraint from a process perspective, and the government is fully supporting of this initiative and actually setting targets and goals for all of us to achieve those.
And you said you're likely to perform better than that. And one final word, what India's playbook should be to win defense? As a closing line?
I think it's a whole of nation approach. While industry is gearing up the manufacturing capacity, government will do the hand-holding with respect to facilitating exports. We have seen a lot of it from some of the European and the Western countries of the government supporting the industry's initiative towards export, helping them identify what are the bottlenecks in those countries. So our DAs posted there are doing a wonderful job of connecting the industry to the possible potential in those markets. So this is something, and I would say it's a kind of collectively we'll be able to make it happen.
Okay. And just to add one question, so when India participates in these export tenders, you said we have a cost advantage. So I presume we are L1. If we don't win the tender, what are the reasons for that? If you'll be comfortable answering that.
I think that's more of an industry question.
All right.
Whether you are able to win the L1 tender or if you are not able to, from a government's perspective, I don't think I'll be able to throw more insight into it.
Sorry to put you on the spot over
it's
there.
okay.
Thank you.
No issues.
Thank you very much, ma'am. This was a wonderful conversation, and thank you for joining us and sharing your insights.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Rima. Thank you so much. Before we let you go, ma'am, first a huge round of applause for that very, very insightful conversation. And if we could just request both of you to come together for a picture, please. Thank you so much. Please do join us, ma'am. Rima, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Up next, we have a very special address on India's evolving defense and strategic capabilities. It is an absolute honor and privilege for us to have the presence of, and I'll request a huge round of applause as we welcome him on stage. Please join me in welcoming Air Marshal Tejpal Singh, AVSM VM ASAS Plans, Indian Air Force, for a very special address. As we, of course, welcome him on stage, remember, sir holds the Distinguished Military Decoration of Ati Vishish Seva Medal and Vayu Sena Medal. Air Marshal Tejpal Singh also serves as the Assistant Chief of Air Staff Plans. It is an absolute honor to have you with us, sir. Thank you so much. Please do join us, sir. The floor is all yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, thank you for the privilege of speaking here at Make 2026. I think I already start on the back foot with that last question where the Air Force has been sort of dumped on. But hopefully at the end of my 15 minutes, the perceptions will change that the Air Force is not lagging behind the Navy. I don't want to dump on another service, but I will try and put across my perspective on what manufacturing in the defense sector looks like. What is the perspective? What are the perspectives of the Air Force? And how do we see us all moving forward together to making India truly self-reliant in the defense space? I think it's been a great beginning to the week. Sindhu won the Japan Open, but I think more importantly was Vikram 1. I think a fantastic achievement by Skyroot to launch Vikram 1. I think it's really put us on the world map, and it just goes to show that with the the good policy support from the government and innovation and drive, that nothing is impossible. To launch a rocket into space on its first attempt, which has not been done earlier by anybody in the private sector, I think great achievement. And being an aviator and a test pilot, I think I understand the amount of effort that would have gone in to achieve that. So a shout out to Skyroot on this occasion. So based on that, I thought, I was asked, my office was asked, what should be my topic? So I think there was a panel on AI, so I thought I'll ask AI, what should I suggest as a topic for this? And I put in a lot of requests into Claude and Chat GPT, and frankly, nothing was worth it. So I said, I will not have a topic. I will let myself have the freedom, because Air Force is all about flexibility of air power. So we don't try to constrain ourselves by topics and tramlines. So I'll try and speak in two parts. First is, what is the Air Force doing to make this dream vision of Atmanirbharta possible? And second aspect, to discuss what are some of the challenges and how we can address them moving forward together. So the Air Force, going back to that question, has, I think, been an integral part of the self-reliance program, not now, but for decades. I mean, even, in fact, immediately after independence, we set up the Aircraft and Armament Testing Unit, which today is called the Aircraft and Systems Testing Establishment. And this organization, along with the rest of the Air Force, has been part of various indigenous programs over the years, starting from the Marut, the HC-2, the HPT-32, the Kiran aircraft, of course, the Tejas, the STD-40, the light combat helicopter. All these programs have been driven together by HAL, Air Force, DRDO together. And I think that there are a lot of success stories there to be seen. I don't think we should try and match what is or assume what has not happened just because there are certain delays in the delivery of the aircraft. But I think we have done a lot over the past few decades. Even today, in fact, as I speak, trials are on for almost 60 programs, both of the DRDO and the private sector, for various projects. It could be aircraft, platforms, EW systems, weapons. And these are all in different stages of trials driven by the Air Force in collaboration with DRDO. The Air Force today also is driving almost 44 projects under the Make and 110 under IDEX, which are going to represent a business opportunity of almost 21,000 crores, primarily for the private sector. And here we have our own Directorate of Aerospace Design, which is the face of the Air Force when it needs to interact with the private sector for all these Make and IDEX projects. And in fact, in the last 12 months alone, we have taken AONs for almost 15 more D&D projects, both with the DRDO and the private sector, including Make 1 projects for as ambitious and futuristic projects like airship-based HAPS and fixed-wing-based HAPS. And for these 35 projects which were released in February 26, we've got almost 1,700 proposals from the private sector. So there is a lot of interest in these problem statements and to work together to make these problem statements a reality. Somebody was asking, even Dr. Chandrika, what are the focus areas that we are looking at? From the Air Force perspective, the focus areas are, of course, platforms is there at the top level, but below the platforms, you have sensors, sensor integration, fusion, and the use of embedding AI into these sensors. Integrated electronic warfare suites for our platforms. Long-range weapons, whether it is air-to-air, air-to-surface, air-to-ground. A key component, of course, based on, you've all seen this in the conflicts which are happening across the world, both in the Middle East and in Europe, drones and counter-UAS systems. And I think drones of all types, whether it is long-range munitions, loitering munitions for ISR, for surveillance, for battle damage assessment, long-range drones and counter-UAS systems is the need of the hour. And here we need to manufacture at scale. It is not just only about getting the technology, it is about getting them in numbers. Our adversaries are doing that, and I think there is a requirement for here to industry to step up and manufacture at scale. On the whole, there is a need to leapfrog. Today, whether we like it or not, we are a generation behind as far as technology is concerned. The world is moving on to 6th-gen technologies, whether it is platforms or the sensors. So there is a need to leapfrog and catch up and go straight to 6th-gen through some means possible. At the end of the day, the systems which are coming to the Air Force need to deliver sustained offensive and defensive firepower. And that is something that can happen if we all work together. While we are concentrating on inducting new systems, there is a huge opportunity also for sustenance and MRO and life cycle support for existing legacy systems of the Air Force. And here I would encourage the industry to connect with our base repair depots, because there is a lot of opportunity, because the Air Force is looking at reducing the dependency on foreign OEMs for the life cycle maintenance and support of our existing systems. I also want to take this opportunity to talk about certain challenges which come, because aerospace products and systems are notoriously difficult to design and certify. There is a huge challenge as when it comes to certification and qualification of aerospace systems. And there is a requirement of significant hand-holding, which the Air Force is already doing and is ready to do. But I think here there is a need for designers of aerospace systems to understand this from the time they start the project, that there is a requirement of certification and qualification which cannot be overlooked. And at times we find that players tend to underestimate this requirement. So like I mentioned, institutions like the Aircraft and Systems Testing Establishment, we have a software development institute in Bangalore, we have an AI center here in Delhi called Udan, and all of these are facilitating the integration of indigenous weapons and systems developed either by DRDO or by the private sector onto our legacy platforms. And there is a lot of independence which has been achieved. The question was being asked, is all the software which is there today, is it indigenous? I would say it is more or less indigenous, and the Software Development Institute today is writing indigenous software so that all systems which are getting integrated onto our platforms ride on these softwares without any dependencies. We are also going out of the way to provide access to industry, to our test facilities, whether it is airfields, whether it is our testing facilities, whether it is our firing ranges. And this is open to all. And I think if anybody has an issue, the Directorate of Aerospace Design is our front end. We are open to providing as much help as support as possible to make the system a reality. At the same time, there is a requirement for everybody to invest in creating these ground test facilities, because these today are the bottleneck when you want to certify and qualify an aerospace system. And this requires a whole of nation, whole of industry approach. The Department of Defense Production is doing its job, is creating a defense testing infrastructure scheme where the testing facilities which are available across the country can be accessed, can be seen online, and thereafter you can go and ask for these facilities. Recently I visited IIT Kanpur, and I'm very happy to see HAL and BEL have funded a drone testing facility which has been created in the incubation center in IIT Kanpur, which will be available for anybody to use on a pay-as-you-use basis to carry out testing of their drones. Better program management is a critical area, and I think we need to have realistic timelines when we come with the product to the services. Do not overpromise and underdeliver. I think this is something that we need to keep in mind. And another aspect is the aspect of national champions. I find, as ACS plans, I look after capital acquisitions and I meet a lot of industry, and everybody seems to want to do everything. I think we need to introspect and see, do we need to be present in every domain, or find that niche area for ourselves and try and focus on that area and become a national champion in that domain. In the panel on AI, this question came up of R&D and the requirement to spend on R&D. And I know we have industry partners here, from the big guys, from the small guys, from MSMEs. And I am very frank, and I've said this earlier on other occasions also, the small startups, the MSMEs are more nimble, more agile, more appetite for risk-taking. I think the bigger guys have got boards and shareholders to answer to. So I think, but we need to, unless we spend money on R&D and match the international averages, we won't be able to take the next leap. So there is a requirement to invest more on R&D. And here I would, while the small startups are more nimble, obviously they have smaller pockets. So I would urge that here there is an opportunity for collaboration rather than competition. And maybe the bigger players, the bigger industry partners can take these startups under their wings and support them, because they will bring the tech and the funds come from the bigger partners. So I think there is a requirement here to collaborate rather than compete, because often we have a project where there is a huge player like Tassel or L&T competing with a small startup. I mean, it's an uneven playing field. It's not a level playing field. So I think we need to look at this to a large extent. And I think like the C295, which was started or pushed by MOD and the Air Force so many years back, there was a lot of reluctance. How will it happen? It can't happen. And we are seeing the result today. Today there is an ecosystem for manufacturing of transport aircraft which has come up. And I think the AMCA model, where we are again going to the private sector, will help to create this second facility in the country for manufacture and design development of a fighter platform, of a fixed-wing fighter platform in the country. I think it's a great move, and I think we need to jump on the bandwagon, because there will be a whole requirement of Tier 2 and Tier 3 vendors who will have to come up and support this program. There was a lot of talk on export. There were questions on export. And I think it is wonderful what we have achieved over the past 10 years, the growth which has been there in the export market. But as a user, I would just like to advise on one aspect to all those who are exporting their products. You need to build your supply chains, because if you do not have the proper product support or after-sales support, that next order will be difficult to get. Because this, we see it here in the Air Force. When you buy an item, the moment you don't have after-sales support or product support over the life cycle of the platform, you are reluctant to go back to the same vendor to buy something else. So I would request and I would urge you to invest in this, because it is the only way that you can get that next order. Like I mentioned, it is the need of the hour is to take that leap forward, to take the next big leap. And I think Dr. Chandrika also mentioned this, can only be done through a whole-of-nation approach. It will need a collaborative approach to be taken by us, the services as the users, the industry who's sitting here, and the academia. I think very often the academia tends to get missed out when we are doing this R&D work. And having visited IITs, having signed MOUs with a lot of academic institutions, I think there's a lot of work on the basic technology, the core technology, which can be done by the academia, so that the industry can restrict itself to development of systems rather than going into core technologies and leave that to the academia. So I think if we have this whole-of-nation approach and this collaborative approach, then this leap can happen, where we straight away leap to 6th-gen technologies across the board in the defense sector. And I want to use this forum to once again reiterate, and I go back to that question about the Air Force. The Air Force has been part of this self-reliance framework for several years and decades. And I can assure you, on behalf of the Air Force from this podium today, that the IF is here to support every indigenous effort, every idea, whether it is small or big. I can tell you, I have met a 15-year-old boy. A 15-year-old boy sent in an email saying, I've got an idea, I have an idea for this product. We have met him. While that idea of his might not be immediately realizable, we have given him that guidance, because we don't know, tomorrow he might be the one who's creating a new startup which will deliver products to the Air Force. So we are not averse to any idea, big or small, but we are here to engage with each and every person. And I think if with this collaborative approach between the user, the services, the academia, the industry, I think we can move forward and make a huge difference and realize this dream of Atmanirbharta in its totality. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Air Marshal Tejpal Singh. I think we can have a louder round of applause for sir. It's always such a pleasure and honor to hear from you, sir. So once again, thank you for taking our time. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now, in fact, break for a networking lunch, but I will request all of you to kindly finish your lunch and be back in the hall sharp by 2 p.m. as we'll, of course, continue these conversations and the rest of our content as well with some of the biggest voices shaping India's manufacturing future. We will see all of you after a very short break. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all managed to get some good food and good lunch, and we've all managed to recharge and rejuvenate ourselves. Before I get back to the sessions and the content, I think it's only fair that we give ourselves a huge round of applause, because really none of this would have been possible without your support and participation. You've been a fantastic audience so far, so thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, it is such a delight and privilege as we continue these conversations with CNBC-TV18 and Zetwerk present Make 2026. I would also like to remind each one of you that we're in fact live on CNBC-TV18 YouTube and also Forbes India. You too can be a part of this conversation of ours with our dedicated hashtag Make 2026. We'd love to in fact hear from each one of you. On a lighter note, ladies and gentlemen, the toughest session in a summit is the one post-lunch. But when we have a guest of the kind that we do have, it's not really a concern. We're going to shift our attention and focus now to another critical pillar of India's manufacturing future. The global energy transition is fundamentally reshaping industrial competitiveness, renewable energy, green hydrogen, battery ecosystems, and even modern grid infrastructure. They're no longer separate conversations in 2026, but in fact, they have become an essential enabler of manufacturing growth. Ladies and gentlemen, before I invite our guests, join me in welcoming Shireen back to the stage to moderate our next conversation on energy manufacturing and the new global order. And now, with a huge round of applause, join me in welcoming a very, very distinguished guest, former G20 Sherpa and former CEO of Niti Aayog, Mr. Amitabh Kant. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome Sir on stage, please. Welcome, Sir. Always a pleasure to have you with us. Shireen, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Ridhima. This was actually designed in a way that we would have Mr. Kant start off the Make 2026 Summit post-lunch, because if there's anybody who can get the conversation started and can plug in the energy in the room, it is certainly Mr. Kant. Mr. Kant, thank you so much for joining us here this afternoon. Before I talk to you about specifics, I want to understand from you your read of the global world order today. We're in an era where it continues to be extremely volatile. We've got, of course, the Middle East tensions escalating once again. This is the 9th day of retaliatory strikes between the US and Iran. President Trump is back with tariffs, imposing 25% tariffs on Brazil and today on Canada as well. As you look at the global world order, Mr. Kant, what worries you the most today?
So 3 things are happening, Shireen. First and foremost, I think, since 1945, there was relative peace and stability in the world. That has been completely disrupted and broken. We are in the midst of conflicts. There's a conflict in the heart of Europe, and all of us should not forget that the World War I and World War II were fought in Europe. So you have conflict going on for over 4 years in the heart of Europe. You have a conflict in Gulf, and you have conflict in West Asia now. So 3 major conflict, and so this is a period of conflict. Second is that the growth and prosperity post-World War II was driven by global supply chains, global value chains. You could export, you could import, you could do just-in-time manufacturing. All that is broken down. These supply chains are all disrupted, and you have muscular industrial policies. You have protectionism, you have tariffs, and therefore, we are living in a very different world, very distinct from the hyper-globalization that had taken place. But in the midst of all this disruption, there's one force which is going to drive major productivity, major rise in growth, and that is the rise of artificial intelligence, which will impact every single sector of manufacturing and every single sector, including energy, in a very big way to make it far more efficient. And therefore, we are very fortunate to be in this room at this point of time and living in this era which will witness the greatest rise of productivity ever.
Well, you know, you talk about artificial intelligence, Mr. Kant. You know, if he wasn't in the civil services, I think you could have been a startup founder, Mr. Kant. What would you start up today if you had to?
No. I mean, I would probably, to my mind, there are three critical areas which have massive opportunity. One is that both the Russia-Ukraine war and the West Asia war has demonstrated that there is great asymmetry of power and you need new defense technology, and that is the technology of drones and missiles. So there's a great opportunity to do a startup on drones. That's number one. Number two, my view is that in this energy sector, the key challenge is going to be storage in a very big way. So there's a massive opportunity to do both on the mobility storage and on the energy storage side. There's an opportunity, not for me, but many people sitting here to do a startup. That's the second great opportunity. And third is because AI is going to drive the world in a big way. You will need, discoms have to improve, grids have to become better, transmission has to be far more efficient. And for discoms to become better and better, which is one of the big lacunas in our country, you need smart meters. So there's a big opportunity there. So these are a couple of opportunities, I feel.
Couple of opportunities that he's throwing your way, of course, not whether he's going to actually get his hands dirty yet again and do a startup of his own. But you know, you just wrote a book, Mr. Kant, talking about being smarter than the storm. And you're talking about the need for India's energy independence. You're talking about battery storage. You're talking about leveraging the power of AI to address challenges of energy security, food security, etc. What do you believe the imperatives are? Where do we start from where we are today?
So, Shireen, I think it's important to understand that, we import over $180 billion worth of fossil fuel. We import 90% of our energy requirement. We import about 50% of our gas requirement. So you're greatly dependent on the rest of the world for supplies. We built up huge dependency in the energy sector. You look at America, I mean, it was energy dependent. It's made itself totally energy independent. And, through shale gas. And today, actually, America produces more oil and gas than Russia and Saudi Arabia put together. Yeah. And it now controls the entire reserves of Venezuela, which is not so good oil, but is the biggest reserve of oil, Venezuela. And if it starts controlling the oil of Iran, it'll actually be controlling almost 1/3 of the oil of the world, fossil fuel of the world. So that's one story, the huge monopoly which is being built up on one part of the world. The second is, and therefore what it shows is that the fossil fuel of the world is being controlled by the United States of America. China realized this, and therefore it's built up clean technologies. It controls 95% of the solar. It controls 90% of the batteries. It controls 85% of the electric vehicles. It controls almost 78% of the wind energy. So you have complete monopoly of clean technologies in China, and it controls more than anything else. We must understand this, that China controls processing, the midstream processing. And that means that China now weaponizes technology. China says that I will increase the price of raw material and I will decrease the price of the end material so that no other country can ever produce. So if Indian companies start making batteries, they'll suddenly find that the price of critical mineral is so high, the processed critical mineral is so high that you will find it very difficult to compete with them. And therefore, it's very important that India understands this, and it's very critical because India's climatically blessed. No other country has the climatic condition which India has. It gets 300 days of sunlight. So it should actually be a global champion of renewables. It should be a global champion of 24/7 renewable. It should actually use renewable to crack water. It should produce green hydrogen and actually export green hydrogen at the lowest cost to the world and be the cheapest producer of ammonia, that's green hydrogen in its liquid form, and be the biggest manufacturer of electrolyzer in the world. And create a post-industrial society, very distinct from fossil fuel, very distinct from what is being done in other parts of the world. That is the challenge for India. Now, the price of green hydrogen is $4.50 in the latest auctions that have taken place by the oil companies, come down to $3. We should be able to bring it down to $2 and then to $1 by 2030. And that'll be a big, big jump for India.
You talk about the opportunities as far as renewable is concerned and clean energy and that transition that you believe that India must focus on. But, this is, of course, Make 2026, and we're talking about the manufacturing sector being at an inflection point. For years, Mr. Kant, we have wrung our hands about how the share of manufacturing to GDP has remained virtually stagnant. If anything, it has, in fact, declined over the last few years. Now, given the AI opportunity that you speak of, given the reorientation of the global order, what do you believe are the imperatives that Indian companies must focus on to make good of the manufacturing opportunity that everyone seems to talk about? What should the roadmap now, give me specifics of the next 3 or 5 things that between the private sector and the government we must do to truly ensure that we leverage on the manufacturing opportunity?
So, Shireen, we grew at 7.7% last year. To my mind, we should be growing at 9%. If you want to be a developed economy by 2047, you should grow at 9%, nothing less than 9%. So 9% growth over a 3-decade period is critical for India to become a developed economy. Without that, it's not possible. Now, 9%, look backwards, you require, your investment rate right now is about 29-30%. You need to accelerate the pace of investment to about 40%. From 30 to 40% means that you don't have adequate savings in Indian economy. China had major savings which it put into investments. India doesn't have that kind of domestic savings.
But it also has a massive debt problem.
Yeah. So I'm coming to that. So India needs to actually either export or either get foreign direct investment. Now, one of the good things that's happened in India is that India has actually structured FTAs with a lot of countries, and hopefully it should be able to structure a FTA with USA in due course. So you will have major UK, Europe, America, you'll have FTA, and Indian manufacturing will have to compete. So if you don't become globally competitive, if you do not have size and scale of manufacturing for Indian companies, the European companies will come and dump goods here. The UK companies will come and compete you out here. So it's a challenge. The FTA is a wake-up call for Indian industries to actually become globally competitive and get the size and scale right. It's the biggest thing that's happened, but the Indian industry, I don't think, has woken up to this call yet, that it must be able to penetrate Europe, must get the size and scale, must do R&D, must innovate, must be world-class. That's important in the world of FTA. The second critical thing is our ability to get a lot of more foreign direct investment. Now, foreign direct investment requires policy predictability and stability. I mean, you can't have advanced ruling coming after 2 years and say that we have 40% vacancies in our customs department. So you need to fill that up and give arbitration. You need to give advanced ruling within 60 days. You need imports for exports, and therefore imports should come. You can't have a situation where Volvo gets its imports right at 15% and VinFast doesn't get it and somebody rejects it. You can't have contrary rulings. All this is critical for the country. I'm making these points because predictability, you can't have cases like Tiger Global on, so you can't, because Tiger Global was a major investor in the country. So you need predictability, consistency on our tax policies over a long period of time to bring confidence in foreign investors to be able to invest here. You need loads and loads of FDI coming in. You need over 180 to 200 billion FDI dollars worth of FDI coming into this country annual basis to drive the investment rate to 40%. And that, to my mind, is critical. The third point I want to make is about Indian private sector. And Indian private sector, the country gave away 1,40,000 to this private sector by reducing the corporate tax 3 years away. Instead of putting that resources into R&D and innovation, they are busy giving dividends. So Indian private sector is also lazy, and it must do more innovation, more R&D, and put more resources into cutting-edge technology and make it globally competitive. Otherwise, they'll be wiped out by the European and American companies as the FTAs come in. It's a wake-up call for Indian private sector.
It's a wake-up call for the Indian private sector. Don't focus so much on share buybacks and dividends. Plow back that money into R&D and IP creation and innovation. But I want to talk to you about a scheme that you've been very closely involved with, Mr. Kant, and that is the Production-Linked Incentive Scheme, the PLI scheme. Now, an honest assessment of what the PLI has truly been able to achieve. Different sectors have had different experiences, but the notion that the PLI would be used to create national champions, would also be able to create global champions. Have we truly achieved that?
Well, some sectors have done incredibly well. I mean, look at mobile manufacturing. I mean, the value addition has also gone up. We've managed to create a lot of jobs, particularly 70% of the jobs for women. I think in the years to come, we'll become a major manufacturing nation for mobiles. There's no doubt. And
it's our number one export today.
Yeah. And major exporter of mobiles. That is because the scheme was very well structured. It was very well structured. It was very tightly done. And it was the right kind of incentive for the right kind of increased production. It has worked in some other sectors like air conditioners, a few other sectors. But, you have all kind of civil servants, you have all kind of bureaucrats. So you have, in many other sectors, it's failed because the bureaucrats just didn't structure it properly.
So it's a bureaucratic problem,
No, it's a problem of bureaucrats not interacting with the private sector adequately enough to structure it in a manner where you can create the right incentive. For instance, the battery manufacturing. Battery manufacturing should have been done much better. I mean, we should have by now, have had about 50 gigawatt of battery storage here in this country. So I think my view is it's not just the production-linked incentive, but to create the whole ecosystem so that you get into component manufacturing, you get into machinery manufacturing next, and that ecosystem for manufacturing needs to be created, which is happening in the case of electronics and mobiles, it's happening in the case of air conditioners, but should have happened in many more cases.
Should have happened in many more cases. I also want to talk to you about what everybody is focused on, semiconductors, and we've just given the cabinet approval to the Semiconductor Mission 2.0 with a higher outlay as far as semiconductors are concerned. But again, to your point about building the ecosystem, how confident do you feel about that in light of the experience that we've had with Semicon 1?
So I feel very proud of one thing, Shireen, that the country opened up several sectors. It opened up the space sector. You've seen Skyroot with Vikram 1, what it has done. Path breaking. We opened up the drone sector, and you see a number of Indian companies doing drone manufacturing. We've opened up the geospatial sector. A lot of great innovative work is happening in the We've opened up the defense sector, and look at what the path breaking work that has been going on in defense, and many Indian companies are actually exporting defense equipments abroad. So the more you open up to the private sector, the greater will be the case of India becoming a manufacturing nation. These are sectors which are controlled and cabined by the government. You need to open them up. The public sector will not be able to do innovation. Public sector will not be able to do disruption. Young startups need to do that, and that is what is happening. In the semiconductor sector, the government took a major risk and actually provided a huge amount of outlays as production-linked subsidies. So 12 major manufacturers have come in. And, we were a champion of design, but design is not ultimate. Ultimately, you have to manufacture. And so you have 12 manufacturers, but in the next phase of Semiconductor 2, you'll have much more components, you'll have design, many other things. So I think this is a step in the right way. You need to create the entire after all, mobile manufacturing is not adequate. You need chips. To be an AI champion, you can't be a manufacturer. You can't be dependent on the rest of the world. What is happening in the AI world? we must understand this. AI world, the computing power is being controlled by NVIDIA, which is a US company. The chips are being controlled by TSMC of Taiwan and Samsung and SK Hynix of Korea. So the chips are being controlled there. But for making the chips, you need lithography machines, which are being controlled by ASML of Netherlands. And for that, you need glasses, which is being controlled by ZS of Germany. And helium gas is coming in from Qatar. But to drive all this AI, you need data. And 25% of the data resides in India. So if India can't, there's no such thing as sovereign AI. But India must be clear that we are going to control certain nodes of AI. So with your data, because the world is going to run out of all the data that is on the internet by 2030, they will have to fall back on data in emerging markets, particularly Indian data. So if you control data, and if you read the Stanford AI Index, the talent is all Indian. In fact, global talent is coming back to India. So if you have data, if you have talent, and you have progressive policies like we have right now on data and all this, there's a huge possibility that in the coming days, India will hold several nodes and will be a major player. The fourth key thing on AI will be that India does about 286 gigawatt of renewable. It should accelerate the pace of renewable. So I've been saying that if you want to do $200 billion worth of data centers which have been announced, you need to accelerate your renewables. You take them up from, your target should not be 500 gigawatt, your target should be 1500 gigawatt for security and for data centers. And 1500 gigawatt is doable in India because you have climatic conditions. And secondly, you have very good private entrepreneurship in this sector, and they've been able to attract private equity and venture fund into India. The policies are right, private sector's there, private equity comes in, climatic conditions are good. So India should raise its ambition in renewable to be a champion of data centers.
Okay, so raise your ambition, go well past that 500 gigawatt target that we've set for ourselves. 1500 gigawatts is what you're prescribing, Mr. Kant. But I want to talk about another sector that you've been closely associated with, and a sector that has seen a fair degree of policy intervention over the last few years, startups. You were the Startup India man, and you just gave us the example of Skyroot and what Skyroot's been able to achieve. We, of course, opened up the space sector to the private sector in 2022, and we've seen a significant difference on account of that. We're now talking about the possibility through the quantum mission, through the semicon mission, of the government even picking up equity stakes in some of these companies. You said the public sector cannot do innovation. Can the public sector fund innovation?
No. So, it's an important question that you have asked, and that's a question which has been debated by the government. The government should put in equity. The government can provide viability gap funding, but the government should not get into business decision making. If by taking equity, if you're going to put government directors on the board of a startup, you'll kill that startup. Because the government officers are not used to risk taking. They will kill that startup. So you want to put money, put it, be a silent, passive spectator. Don't get into business decision making. No government officer who clears files has the ability to take risks. They are all status quoists. They are not risk takers. And therefore, my suggestion is, whoever is talking about putting equity, please put equity, put it as viability gap funding. Do whatever you want to do, but no government officer should be on the board of that company.
The government, to be fair, has said that they don't intend to be involved in day-to-day operations or get involved with business per se. But you talked about...
No, they may say, but tomorrow some deputy secretary sitting there will join the board and then start deciding how to run that company. That should be miles away and kept miles apart.
I agree with you. But Mr. Kant, you said that bureaucrats are status quoists and they're risk averse. I mean, what gave you the courage to rattle some rooms while you were in government? I mean, you managed to get your way in quite a few spaces.
Because I had already been punished when I was in Kerala cadre. I was punished. I didn't have a posting for about 10 months. So as a punishment posting, they posted me as Secretary Tourism in Kerala. Nobody wanted to be Secretary Tourism, and everybody wanted to go to Rajasthan or Kashmir. I used that opportunity to build Kerala. I built the backwaters, the Ayurveda, build God's own country. I took that risk. So I learned very early that if you get punished early in your career, it's better it is.
If you get punished, it actually might work out to your advantage. And so let's talk about one of your favorite topics, Mr. Kant, and that is tourism. And we speak about tourism as the low-hanging fruit, and so much of hand-wringing, again, sorry to use that phrase once more, has been done on the multiplier impact of tourism and so on and so forth, and yet we don't seem to be able to get our act together. How frustrating is that for you?
Very frustrating. I think it's very frustrating because I'm a great believer in tourism, and I think tourism can add enormously to India's GDP. It's the only sector which will create jobs because every direct job creates 14 other indirect jobs. But more important than all that is that India is buying about 2,000 planes. So if you don't get tourists, all Indians will keep going abroad rather than foreigners coming to India. So India needs to really get the bigger two key sectors for India to get its act together. One is tourism, the other is skill development. And skill development is critical because there's going to be disruption, there's going to be AI. Actually, AI must be taught from class 5th onwards, and the curriculum of all academic institutions, including schools, colleges, IITs, triple IITs, IIMs, must be completely altered with data, machine learning, quantum computing, AI, for the world of tomorrow. Otherwise, everyone will keep educating everybody. And I think the biggest reform that is required is to make Indians AI ready for the world of tomorrow.
Well, make Indians AI ready, and perhaps skills development also needs to have much more private sector involvement and not be run by the government. But, Mr. Kant, I want to now talk about what you believe the government must do. You talked about the private sector and how the private sector needs to be much more competitive. I link this to the statement that you made that world over, we're seeing the resurgence of a very muscular industrial policy. We're still waiting for our new manufacturing policy. Not sure when we're finally going to see one, but do we really need one?
To have a policy on everything is not a great idea to my mind. India has too many policies. India needs execution. India needs to get its act together. Tourism, what policy do you need? You need to you need to create 20 great circuits. You need to create about 100 great experiences. You need to create great arrival from the point of arrival to the point of departure. Every state must have 3 circuits. Every state must have 10 destinations. What is there? If you can't create clean bathrooms, if you can't create great experiences, then the problem is on execution side, not on policy side. So my view is that India must now, we've got the policies right, we need to get the implementation right of everything. Execution is the key.
Execution is the key. I'm going to throw this open for questions. If anybody has a question, do raise your hands. We'll try and get a microphone across to you. Yes, sir, if you can stand up so that they can spot you, and then we'll get the mic across to you. The gentleman there in the white shirt, please. Go ahead. Yeah, it's working. It's on.
Yeah, thank you. Sir, I consider you, my name is Kandarp Chaturvedi. I consider you a very eminent leader. You made a very profound statement, sir, that 1,40,000 crores were given to the corporates back through tax reforms. And however, they were thrown away in dividends. Sir, I need your honest view on this populist welfare schemes which are there. By criteria, they are around 1.2 to 3% of GDP, right? What is your opinion, sir? Is there a trade-off? Can we utilize these for investments in India?
No, my view is that India should cut down on populist schemes. We need more focused subsidies on fertilizer, particularly. We need. My view is that we're giving too many subsidies. We need to tighten it up. But I'm all in favor of schemes for women. My belief is that if India has a major problem of nutrition, India has a major problem of learning outcomes, etc. And if women are given subsidies, they know best how to give it to the child and children, and that can eliminate, huge amount of malnutrition that takes place. Too much of stunting and wasting in India. So the mother will be able to feed the child much better. So I'm all for women's subsidies. If 50% of your population becomes very healthy, a weak mother is giving birth to a weak child. If that happens, if we are able to transform that in the next decade, that can be really transformational. But many other areas we need to be very, very tight on subsidies.
So, yes, so if you can stand up, they'll get a microphone across to you. Yeah. The gentleman right there in the white shirt. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Namaste. This is Saurabh Mohan Saxena, representing a startup into a field of hydrogen. You mentioned about the new energy. That's the way future. Now, I'm just trying to ask you, you being such a dynamic leader, innovation and manufacturing at its scale. I've been a corporate guy myself, and setting up factory is world class. From a multinational perspective, a large corporation is one thing. When we are talking of what China did 30 years before in terms of manufacturing at scale, they have put the entry barrier by producing something at that scale, which they have got the nodes over there. Now, in terms of when you look at the government with some innovations, maybe when innovation is there, there's not a standard policy or standard things in place. Now you're taking a kind of a leap of faith in terms of proven technology patented. Now, how can government come in terms of manufacturing for scale, which is the policy matter in terms of green hydrogen, in terms of, all this new energy area, and of course, being required by the nation. So the gap in terms of large scale, not looking outside investments only, wherein a domestic investment to get to not to a small level of scale, but actually a large scale where we want to get to from 500, as you said, to 1500, those kind of thought process.
Okay, thank you very much.
So two things. One is, great disruption, great innovation through startups never happens without government becoming the first buyer. This happened in the United States. DARPA did this in defense technology. They built up national champions. Lockheed, Boeing were all a result of government buying from them. In their defense sector, they believe that actually government must be the buyer. So Indian government should be the first buyer in several areas. It should not go through L1 procedures and all that. This L1 produce, you pay peanuts, you'll only get monkeys. So you need to say that these are the best innovators in these fields. We are going to buy from them for the next 5 years, ensure that the market is built up for cutting edge technologies, challenge them to actually capture the market in India and then capture the market for the rest of the world. So moonshots and government becoming the first buyer is very critical according to me.
Well, yes, that is important as well. Yes, ma'am, we'll get a microphone across to you. We can move the mics a little faster, that would be wonderful.
I think that should be adequate because Shireen has already asked me more questions than the UPSC asked me for my IAS exam.
One final question from the lady here, and then we will wrap. Go ahead.
Hi, sir. I promise the last question. Okay, sir, you talked about electronics export, right? And we all know that it has hit a record high. But we also know that the component import bills are also massive, right? So my question is, when do we move from a sophisticated assembly hub to a deep tech component manufacturer? That is what is my question.
So, madam, two things. One is, the Apple value addition has increased over time. It's gone up from 5% to 12 to 15 to 20, so on. Secondly, wherever manufacturing has taken place, we Indians make this mistake that we say we'll do 100% value addition first day itself. Don't do that. Give 5 years time. Once somebody starts manufacturing, get the component manufacturers here. Over a period of time, India will do more and more of value addition. See, the manufacturing is the first step. Second step is component. Third step is machinery manufacturing. But that's it, sequential. You know, Indians are in too much of a hurry to get 100% results. And please don't be in this hurry. India, once it starts manufacturing, the world will say, we'll do component, then we'll do machinery. It takes over 5 to 6 years, but it'll happen.
It will happen. So the final question then, Mr. Kant, and again, something that you have actually been one of the few voices propagating that we should re-engage with China economically. We are seeing that happen. We've now seen the government clear, a few FDI-related proposals after the Press Note 3 amendment was notified. But there is the fear that if you were to open back up to China, what will it mean as far as Indian manufacturing is concerned? How do you allay those concerns, and what kind of safeguards do you believe need to be put in place as we economically re-engage?
So Shireen, how did China become a manufacturing nation? China worked with its enemies. Taiwan was its enemy. Taiwan's 80 to 85% of the investment there is from Taiwan. It worked with Japan. It took Japanese technology. All the Japanese companies are overexposed in China. It worked with German companies. All this maglev train, all this is all replication of Siemens technology in China. So the Americans have lost the art of manufacturing. They don't know what is manufacturing because they've outsourced 90%. You look at the top 20 companies of America, 95% of that manufacturing is done in China. China has monopolized manufacturing. If India wants to be a manufacturing nation, do component manufacturing, get into machinery manufacturing, you need to partner Chinese companies over a period of time, and then those JVs over a period of time, to my mind, then should be Indianized over a 5 to 6 year period. But initial period, you need JVs from them to learn. Secondly, you need to learn the art of size and scale. You know, you go to a Foxconn factory in China, it's equal to about 30 football fields. 30 football fields of the size we saw for the World Cup in New Jersey. That's the scale of their manufacturing. India doesn't do that size and scale. And therefore, your cost of production is high. We need to do that. You need to partner with the Chinese companies to master that manufacturing, and then over a period of time, Indianize it. That's what I feel.
Okay, so JVs, and we are starting to see some of those JVs being done once again after we notified the amendment of Press Note 3. Our time is up, but Mr. Kant, you've given cautionary advice to pretty much every constituency. What is it that you would tell your peers sitting in the civil services today? What is the message that you want to leave with India's bureaucrats?
Well, just take more risks. Be more decisive so that India becomes an exporting nation, and India is able to attract more and more FDI. And to all the taxmen in this country, I would merely say be predictable and be consistent.
Be predictable and be consistent, and don't worry about punishments. They might turn out to be the best thing, the best thing that ever happened to you. Amitabh Kant, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Kant. Thank you so much for joining us here this afternoon and being a part of Make 2026.
So can we request you to just stay back for a second, Shireen, so that we can get a picture as well, please? And can I request a huge round of applause as well? Always a pleasure listening from you, sir. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward and before I invite our next panel, I just want to take a moment to tell you about what the day, in fact, will look like ahead. We, in fact, have a lot of key interesting sessions, riveting conversations. In a short while from now, we, in fact, will also be hearing from Union Minister Prahlad Joshi. And then in the evening, as we celebrate some visionaries and leaders with awards and rightfully giving them a stage, we'll also end the evening with a very, very rich performance, a performance that will celebrate India's heritage with the Bangash brothers. So I just wanted to give you a sense of what all you can still expect from the day to come. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get our focus back on the conversation that you, in fact, will see on the stage in a short while from now. As India accelerates its manufacturing ambitions, one question remains central to each one of us. And that is, how do we ensure access to more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable energy at industrial scale? Our next panel on the theme, The Energy Race, Powering India's Manufacturing Century, will explore exactly this. And to moderate this session, join me in welcoming CNBC-TV18's Assistant Editor, Sonal Bhutra, to kindly join us on stage, please. And also now, with a huge round of applause, join me in welcoming our stellar panel as well. Hardeep Singh, COO, Crew A Solar, is joining us on the panel. Prashant Mathur, CEO, Satvik Green, is joining us on the panel. Harshvardhan Govil, COO, Solar Manufacturing Sale, is completing this panel as well. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome the gentlemen on stage. Thank you so much for taking our time. Sonal, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. The conversation was with Mr. Kant was a riveting one, and it opened the floor for so many more questions when it comes to manufacturing, especially when we talk about the solar supply chain, because India has been growing massively there. Again, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today. And you know, earlier we've been talking about so much manufacturing taking place in China that gradually is moving to India, and you've been a part of that. So let us begin with the most basic question. Mr. Singh, let me start with you first up, because you did see and you did raise a substantial capital when it comes to your own business. When we're looking at investors right now, what are they looking at in the solar supply chain which really attracts them, and what kind of returns are they anticipating when it comes to this particular space?
Thank you. I think Mr. Kant, answered that question before me.
I get that for you.
So, when you are raising capital of that scale, because it's not in hundreds of crores, it's in thousands of crores, and which is long term. So, two things any investor looks for. One is security, and second is the consistency, which also Mr. Kant raised, the consistency in the government policy. So we have seen that also in our experience, that once when we came up with ALMM1, so that was extended 3-4 times. That shook the investor confidence, but so we were not getting investments for the further enhancing, and there was a stalemate there on the manufacturing side. But once the ALMM1 was implemented, by the government. So we had a huge investment come in. Today, from module manufacturing, from 10, 12 gigawatts, 30 gigawatts, today we are at 200 plus gigawatts of module manufacturing. So same thing we saw in the case of the cell, PV cells also, once the government came up with the ALMM2, so we saw a huge amount of investment which has come, and now followed by, the ALMM3 has also been announced from June 28 on the ingots and wafers. So as an investor, they would like to, partner with a company who is going to backward integrate. Because if you don't have a vision for ingot wafers, so obviously you will become, survival will become a challenge post 28 once ingot wafer is strictly implemented, which I hope will get implemented and not extended.
Okay, all right. Take that point. Coming to you, Mr. Mathur, because your own capacity has grown 13-fold since 2011, and now you're listed on the bourses as well. One is, of course, the investor question, because now you have investors publicly asking for questions. But other than that, when you are scaling the business at such a huge scale, and there are CapEx plans that you have ahead as well, you're talking about backward integration, there's so much happening in this space. How do you ensure that a particular manufacturing scale ensures that yields are higher as well? What is needed in order to ensure that returns and yields continue to be growing at a higher pace?
So I think the most important part is your capacity utilization, focusing on the latest technology. Product has to be, in terms of quality, has to be the best. So we have consistently focused on operational efficiencies, and bringing the best product in the market. And that's what has resulted in us scaling our operations. So as we scale our operations further, the most important part is to manage that manufacturing discipline and focus on bringing the best product, best quality, and the rest takes its own course.
Are there any bottlenecks in that? Because you're talking about a big scale, it is backward integration as well, something that India has not seen at a big scale in this particular space. So what are you, from somebody who's executing it on a daily basis, witnessing?
So I think from a vision point of view, the government has a very clear vision, which is backward integration, creating a manufacturing ecosystem. And in that, it's modules and cell and backward into ingot, wafer, and ultimately polysilicon. So once we have achieved that scale, then we will be energy independent, at least in the solar sector. So we are, as a manufacturer, us and other manufacturers are also aligned with that vision. And since there is enough demand in the market, investors' confidence is there. Continuity of policies has been there at least since 2024. ALMM1 and then ALMM2, though 6 months extended. But overall, the policy has been consistent. And then ingot wafer policy 2028. So the path is very clear. Gives investors confidence, and that is what is happening. Along with that, ancillaries are also coming up. So module, there are already ancillaries. Cell manufacturing is scaling up now, so you have enough ancillaries also getting planned as we speak. So the entire ecosystem is getting built over a period of time.
Okay, all right. So Mr. Govil, coming to you, because a 10 gigawatt solar module manufacturing and cell manufacturing plant as well. What would your timelines look like here to make it commercial? And the same question to you as well, because when you're building at such a huge scale, how do you ensure better yields, consistent returns, and what are some of the bottlenecks that come your way?
Yeah, thanks. Actually, we plan to complete this project in the second quarter of the next year. But what I feel is that Indian investors have started comparing the Indian industry and these capital investments far too quickly with China. And if you talk of the outcomes, it is very important that we follow the discipline of execution, right? This is what the earlier speaker mentioned. And it is extremely important that in order to bring in competitiveness into manufacturing in India, all of these performance parameters are built up. So discipline of execution is the first thing. I remember times when we started our first project for cell manufacturing. We did not have chemicals which could meet the requirements of manufacturing in India. People in India did not understand clean room. So you need one of the world's best clean rooms today to manufacture products in India. So an understanding of these things, trying to bring in our workforce to that level of skills and understanding is a basic thing that we must do. And I think we are also partnering with some of the government institutions, primarily focused and initiated on our side, and trying to ensure that these competencies settle in a little before we get into this manufacturing, and also trying to see that all the good practices are brought in from some of the benchmark institutions, and that's how we plan to proceed here. And perhaps I feel that a systematic effort which goes into establishing and adapting this technology will always result in a very high-speed ramp-up and good results. Because you see, it's very easy for any investor to put in money and bring in a project like this. But to make this project reap the benefits or bring in a situation where we are, let's say, not compete, but at least able to bring ourselves at par with the Chinese manufacturers, that should be the effort. And that is the, what I would say, urgent need for the Indian industry to come up
and demonstrate for itself, for its own benefit, that it is not just guided by the benefits that it enjoys in the country. It can do a little more, a little better to see itself positioned outside the country.
You know, I have a follow-up on that because this was mentioned in the previous panel conversation as well. Because China did the highest renewable capacity addition in 2025. India did very well too, but we are talking about China doing it at a scale. And as Mr. Kant also mentioned, we should also look at JVs with countries abroad or economies abroad in order to ensure that our execution is better. Do you think that is something that the industry should adopt now, and that is something which will lead to better execution?
See, JVs are a very welcome option, but today these things have to be thought in the current geopolitical scenario. Truly speaking, the entire industry today depends on all the technology, equipment, and supplies from China. So I can bet on it that JV or no JV today, which is ideally speaking not a possible situation today with a Chinese company. But JV or no JV, the Indian manufacturers or the investors have a relationship and outreach in China which is outstanding. I think no other country would be so well embedded into their ecosystem like we are doing it in India. But yes, it will need some time for these JVs and other such associations to get in because of the current situations that we see across the globe.
Okay, a fair take, because this industry is also seeing a lot of investments from Indian players, which is the need of the hour. So Mr. Singh, coming to you for this, because we are seeing a lot of opportunity in the PV industry, the solar PV industry. Do you think for now we should just focus on domestic markets to ensure that there is energy independence for now? Or do you think export markets would also make sense for the industry?
See, we'll have to look at both simultaneously, because if you have to operate at scale, which Mr. Kant was also mentioning, if you see the Chinese, if you see top 10 Chinese manufacturers in modules and PV cells, so they all operate 50 gigawatt plus capacities. Yeah. In our case, we have just a couple of companies who are at even 20 gigawatts, 15, 20 gigawatts. Yeah. So we are nowhere close to them in terms of scale. So obviously we are not able to reap that, the economies of scale which they enjoy. But nevertheless, we have to start somewhere. We can't just sit back thinking that where are we. So the Indian government is also, bringing in some very welcome policies which are, creating demand domestically. And while we are building today, I can proudly say we had some auditors from Europe to audit our plant, and their remarks were that this is one of the best plants we have seen globally. So we have created that infrastructure. Now is the time to execute and deliver products, and at a cost which is competitive for the global market. See, domestically you have an ALMM policy which protects you, allows you to sell at higher prices, but globally you won't have that kind of protection. So you will need to be competitive.
So you have to be competitive, and execution is key. That continues to be the message. Mr. Mathur, you are looking at complete integration. Backward, you're looking at battery as well. When you're looking at such large-scale operations, do you think green financing is something that should be the key going forward, something which provides financing at lower rates? And we are already seeing a lot of investment. Is just to propel it even more, we need some sort of a dedicated green financing corridor for that. Is it already there, and does it need to be continued for longer?
No, definitely green financing is much needed. When we are talking of competitiveness with China, one obviously is the kind of integration. So what we are working on is a fully integrated model wherein right from ingot wafer, polysilicon maybe in the future, but from ingot wafer up till manufacturing, till IPP and also ancillaries. So this kind of is happening in China already, but why our competitiveness is behind is that they have access to funds at a very, very competitive rates and very easy accessible. For us, access to funds is a major factor. Apart from that, logistics and land and infrastructure which they get in China versus what we get in India. We, as a manufacturer, we spend humongous time on securing land and licenses to manufacture, and then you have everything, and then you don't have electricity and environment approval, so many things which they get on a platter along with the finance. So, it is time that, green energy is, as a manufacturing for globally, is seen as a big industry that is becoming, and access to green funds at a very competitive rates is the need of the hour.
Okay, Mr. Go will come in on this, and also on the fact that while we are talking about China seeing a lot of things easily, or ease of doing business, let's just put it that way, it becomes much easier for manufacturers. But skilled labor is another thing that we need to really work on as a country. Does the sector have enough, or do we need to make bigger investments in order to ensure that the talent that is hired is highly productive?
Yeah, you are absolutely right here. The talent is not enough, and why I say so is because these industries that we are talking, they are, one of the highest technology-oriented industries, and as you do that, the demand for skilled and, let's say, semi-skilled labor is very high, and it's industry-specific. So if you work in a technology scenario with a solar manufacturing, perhaps you can also do it with a semiconductor manufacturing. But where do you get this manpower? So actually you have, the need of the hour is today for the industry, it has to be industry driven, it has to be a coordinated effort, and it has to be a very specific approach. I always tell my teams that whenever you talk about skill development or training, you talk about teaching the technology, right? Nobody in India talks about teaching the techniques. And these techniques are very specific in just doing what is right, understanding the need of the process, understanding what is going to give us the best results. So this is where we need to have special programs for the local areas, the local institutes, and we have started doing some of them, not too much, but that will be our approach going forward in the next few months, to partner with the government institutions. At least what we get from the institutes primarily, they should be oriented towards us. None of these institutes can impart a practical knowledge or skill development, which we will have to do on our part. And I think it's the industry's effort only which will build this, nothing else can do.
Okay, that's an important point, because talent is what will drive, the workforce will drive the growth that we are talking about in this case. Mr. Singh, backward integration has become very important. We've been talking about module manufacturing for such a long time that now a lot of players are completely integrated. Tell us the kind of investments that needs, and also what happens to the entire supply chain in the case if a lot of players are coming inside. I know this has been a conversation for a long time. If there are too many players, what happens to the costs and the revenues as well? Do you think that would put some sort of pricing pressure, or it will make the industry more competitive? And this is a question for all three of you, actually.
So it is, it's a welcome thing. More players you have, then the ecosystem, it's easier for the ecosystem to develop if you have more players in that industry. So it is welcome. We need more players, definitely. But when you go, the more backward you are going from cells. See, module was a minuscule investment when you compare it to cells. And then cells is a minuscule investment when you compare it to ingot and wafers. It's not only in terms of money, it's also in terms of skill, in terms of machinery, in terms of technology, because module is more of an assembly. Module manufacturing is more of an assembly, Whereas cell and ingot wafer, it's more of process. So wherever the process comes in, as you rightly mentioned, you need techniques. You need people who know techniques. And unfortunately, we do not have any institute, or rather, any prestigious institutes which have come up with a course on solar manufacturing or solar execution or solar installation, or even in the operation and maintenance. So even in the skill development centers, they don't have a course. So now I think they have started in few of them on the O&M side. But on the manufacturing side, yes, we need more manpower and skill. And yes, more players are surely welcome.
What about you, Mr. Mathur?
So when you have an industry which is growing so rapidly, and it's more like a flavor of the nation, renewable energy, it's bound to have a lot of new players coming in, a lot of competitiveness. And as Mr. Singh said, getting into module manufacturing was far more easier than manufacturing cells and ingots and wafers. So what any industry which is growing at such a fast pace and has beautiful margins in the beginning has to have a lot of competition, but market takes its own course. There is sometimes supply gaps and sometimes demand gaps, and there will be some kind of consolidation is what we are going to see in module manufacturing, because it's far more than the capacity demand which is there. But it is also moving towards an integrated model where it is like ALMM2. It does not really matter how much module capacity you have. It will be ultimately based on how much cell you can manufacture. So automatically module manufacturing are going to get aligned with the cell manufacturing, and same is going to happen in 2028 when ALMM3 will come in. Then cell capacities will be immaterial. Then it's the ingot which will be there. And then a lot of new players will come in, and weak players will move out, and that's how the market behaves in an industry which is so rapidly growing.
Got it. So we are not expecting a bigger cut in prices. I would say realization pressure, that continues to be on everyone's mind. Your take on this?
Yeah, of course, the price pressure will always remain in an industry like this. And to say for a technology industry, yes. I will give an example like, last year in February, China announced that all the solar and wind manufacturers will have to trade, do a wholesale trading on the energy exchanges to sell their power. And it was a move against the feed-in tariffs that we were normally doing. It catapulted the energy storage system, ecosystem into China. And all of you would agree that it has been 1 year since then. The ecosystem has amplified almost 1,000 times than what it did. But yes, the entire industry, the response in China has been different than what we get in India. It is just, in India, we are entering into a stage of consolidation very fast. Today, it becomes the survival of the fittest here. But I think this naturally introduces an element of competitiveness. The margins will shrink because the performance and the yields and all of those things are mandatory. They are not something which is a choice or an option. So if they are mandatory, then you need to find ways of bringing in innovations into your products. This is something which we must learn from China. Even Air Marshal was mentioning about development of R&D into our country. If we move away from China in any point of time, the growth of any product, it stagnates for that matter. And that is what happened to HJT cells, solar cells, and TOPCon continued because majority of China is having this manufacturing. So I feel that this price pressure will continue, the consolidation will continue, but then it's good for the industry and good for the nation at large. One important aspect here would be that we have to respond as manufacturers. Sitting idle and doing nothing about your product and processes will not help. So this is one important aspect which everyone needs to look into and proceed.
So continuously invest in product innovation. That is something which is required. Anything that you have to add to this, Mr. Singh? Something that we can learn from China as a big player in this space, which India needs to do maybe immediately or at least 2-3 years down the line to ensure that maybe, yes, consolidation will happen, but we can keep up with the growth that we are seeing in the sector.
See, in the solar industry, the technology is very moving at a very fast pace. And so if you are not staying ahead of the technology curve, you are going to be left behind. And that's going to happen to a lot of module manufacturers who could not adapt to the TOPCon technology, so they have, going to get left behind. Same thing when the next round of technology comes in. So you need to be ready for that. And it is round the corner, it's going to happen. So it's just a matter of time. So you have to make sure that the equipment that you are ordering today, so they are capable of getting ramped up to the next technology quickly. The facilities that you are creating, the utilities that you are creating, so they are, will be able to cater to the next round of technology, so which is going to happen sooner than later.
Okay, anything that you want to add to this, Mr. Mathur? One of the biggest things to learn from China.
Yes, so technology is something which is changing, ever changing. So today we are at TOPCon and then back contact, tandem. So technology upgradation, and that is also a big factor in our industry because it's very expensive investments and then technology upgradation to remain, competitive, because as soon as the new technology comes, the old technology nobody wants to buy. So that is a big factor. In terms of R&D capabilities in India, we have, as of now, our manufacturing scale is not at any match to what China is. But we are on the path. When we have ingot, wafer and cell manufacturing, we will have scale and 40-50 gigawatt kind of manufacturing base. We will have scale and budgets to do R&D, and then technology innovation can also happen in India. But I think we are still a few years behind on that. And since this industry is continuously evolving, in the future, I think technology innovation will also happen in India, but it is still, I would say, 4 or 5 years.
But we are on the right path considering the capacity additions that we keep seeing in solar, right? And renewables in general. We are seeing interest across industries when it comes to renewables, and solar is topping that list right now. The question is to all three of you, because we are seeing AI, data centers, hyperscalers being the big, they need huge amounts of energy. Do you think that is one big market that the entire solar supply chain can tap? Which are the other big industries that are looking at renewables right now?
So data centers is surely, which is around the corner and is going to, I think I was just reading a couple of days back, there's a mandate also that the data centers need to be running on at least 50% on renewable energy, the new data centers which are coming. So which is a huge opportunity for, people like us in the solar industry, because that is the cheapest power available. Of course, we'll have to add storage to that to make it available round the clock. So, yes.
So what we have seen from this West Asia crisis is that energy is something which we cannot be dependent on imports. And if we have to become a developed economy by 2047, energy security is something, which is going to be the base or the foundation for that. So most of the renewable energy is going to come from renewable. So it's not only data center. We have already seen that a lot of vehicles are now electric vehicles. So that is going to be a major demand is going to come from that. Cooking is also, we have seen on what has happened to the cooking gas. So a lot of electric cooking is also there. So when you have that kind of a demand along with the data centers, today we are only talking of 300 gigawatt of solar, 390 gigawatt of solar, But the potential which we see is close to about 1100, 1200 gigawatt by 2047, 45, 47. So that is the kind of potential or the energy demand is going to come in the future. And all of that, we have abundant solar, so most of it is going to come from renewable energy and mostly solar. So that is the kind of potential we see for solar in the future.
Mr. Govind.
So you are right. The AI infrastructure and data centers are just one customers for this sector. I would say there are many others. Let's not go far as we integrate backwards. The ingot wafer, the polysilicon, these are going to be another energy-intensive applications. But if you talk of anything in our country, let's say aluminum, steel, cement, chemicals, all of them are energy-intensive industries. So the demand for power in India is good, but for cheaper power is even more important. And this pricing can go down if we amalgamate all sources of generation with the renewables. And that's what is happening in the sector today. But it's not at par across whole country, and that's why there is a slight retardation in the investment that comes in many states. The power cost, despite being at par in its requirements, the power cost in India remains on the higher side. But I would say China is even higher than India. But yes, these sectors are important customers for us. And while they will drive the demand from the renewables, they will also drive the way we operate renewables. And that's what is going to be the way forward.
So, Mr. Singh, if someone's using solar energy in the industry, how much lower is their cost versus thermal? And if that is the case, why are not more and more? And most of them are actually setting their in-house renewable capacities, right? So in that case, how can industry like yours help there?
We ourselves, it's not like we are just producing a product which is helping the renewable industry. So we are also using renewable industry to produce that. So almost 1/3 of my power comes from the solar plants that I have on the rooftop of my the plants which we have created. So similarly is the case with most of now in the CNI segment, which especially after this open access scheme has come. So we see a lot of industries are going in for solar renewable power to cut costs, because it's the easiest way to cut costs and also to become, contribute to the sustainability mission, goal of the country. But we were talking about technology. So I just wanted to add one part in that we need to do a lot of investments on R&D. That is where one sector where I see we are, lacking quite a bit. And just to give you an example, so I was just doing a Google on what are the patents which India holds on solar, and how many are there which China holds. So you'll be surprised, in India we are having some 837 odd patents. I don't know, it might have changed now. This was about a few months back. And China is holding close to 37,000 patents. So that is the kind of gap that we have between the technology where they are and where we are. So, it's not just about competing with them on creating infrastructure. We need to compete in them, on technology. Yeah. And some of the easiest ways is, like Mr. Khan mentioned, that, to go in for JVs with high technology companies and, get them in, what China did with Japan and Korea and Taiwan.
So that is what Indians should do as well. You have a point on this, yes?
Yeah, just to add on the electricity for commercial and industrial. I think today electricity is a kind of a major component in the cost of any product. Most of the states have about 7-8 rupees per unit. Maharashtra has about 11-12. It's a huge cost. Compared to that, if you put a solar on your rooftop, it's close to 2.5 rupees. There are many companies you can buy electricity from through PPAs. as low as 3.5 to 4 rupees. So it's almost half of the cost. So any industry which is not buying renewable energy is doing a major disservice to their product and to their customers, because there's a huge potential to reduce their energy cost.
That's a big difference. That's a big difference that we are looking at. Do you expect that gap to become wider with more players coming in and more adaptability?
I think today there is a completely different perspective which is working. All the IPPs, they are now planning that instead of selling power just to the DISCOMs, they must go to the CNI consumers directly. And in India also, I mean, the entire ecosystem of assets that works together is this battery storage systems, this AI generated management of power, even let's say the generation systems and all of them. So as these things work more meticulously, I would say that there will be an amalgamation of all sources of energy, be it grid from any resource, be it renewables, and be it captive generation. And all of these will come together to create a low-cost solution for every consumer. This is a very complex process, but it has already started. And I think our country itself is on the way towards it. So this gap is going to narrow down as we adopt these technologies.
Okay, so good things ahead. Thank you so much for joining us, gentlemen, today, Mr. Singh, Mr. Mathur, Mr. Goel. An enriching conversation with what can be done ahead and what is already happening in the country. Thank you so much for being a part of this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Requesting all of you to come together for a group picture, and I also request all of you to give them a huge round of applause. That indeed was very riveting and a lot of takeaways for each one of us as well. Thank you, gentlemen. Once again, please do join us back in the audience. Sonal, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to quickly shift our focus to our next conversation and our next discussion. This turns to one of the most strategic sectors shaping the future of manufacturing, semiconductors. As India really strengthens its roadmap, and the semiconductor roadmap in particular, the opportunity extends well beyond chip manufacturing to, in fact, building a globally competitive ecosystem for electronics, for mobility, and for advanced manufacturing as well. I would now like to take this opportunity to invite Reema Tendulkar back on stage, because she, in fact, will be moderating our next discussion, which is called India's Semiconductor Ambitions Powering Consumer, Mobility and Manufacturing. Let's also now welcome our stellar panel with a huge round of applause. Let's welcome Pankaj Mohindru, Chairman, India Cellular and Electronics Association, on stage. Please, let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome him. Parag Nayak, CEO, Sampige Semiconductor, Sujay Shetty, Partner, ESTM and Semiconductor, PwC India, and Pranjal Jain, Head of Manufacturing and Supply Chain, Boat Lifestyle, is also joining us on the panel. And completing the panel, we have Anand Kumar, MD India, ST Microelectronics. Let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome all of them on stage, please. Good to have you with us. But before I hand it over to Reema, I'm sure we can definitely get a little more energy. Let's give them a louder round of applause, please. Thank you so much. And Reema, the floor is all yours.
Do you think the energy is missing?
A little bit, right?
Little bit?
We can do a lot better, I'm sure.
We can do a lot better?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't we begin with a quick show of hands? So we're talking about semiconductors. Now, when I say semiconductors and manufacturing, who amongst here, and this is with a show of hands, thinks about Taiwan and TSMC controlling 90% of advanced semiconductor chips? Okay. When I say semiconductor and innovation, who thinks of United States, NVIDIA, most valuable company in the world? Okay. And when I say semiconductors, memory, who thinks of South Korea? A Samsung, SK Hynix? Okay. Now when I say India and semiconductors, Gotta admit, there is a gap, right? I think that's the gap we're trying to address in today's panel discussion over the next 45 minutes. What should India's semiconductor ambitions be? Because we all agree that semiconductors, chips, are the strategic assets. They go into everything, your AI model, your EV, your data center, aerospace, defense. So what should India be doing? I think we've got the perfect panel. It covers everyone in the ecosystem. But Sujay, let me begin with you. You're sitting right in the middle. So how about a report card to start things off? Where is India in the semiconductor ecosystem, value chain, and realistically, not aspirationally, where can we be 5 years down the line?
I think clearly, Rima, there's a clear gap in the understanding of how semiconductor in India is perceived. So, but I'll give you an, even before getting into that question, I'll give you understanding on why semiconductors are important, right? So because I was talking to one of my friend who happens to be the MD of Global Foundries. He actually mentioned in one of the forums saying semiconductor is like electricity, right? So if we don't have electricity today, can we survive? Can we thrive? So semiconductor, he speaks in the same sentence to say, without semiconductors, I don't think vehicles, mobile phones, IT, we will not be able to survive. So that's important, how important semiconductor is. And even more important is, there are about 5 firms globally who are controlling semiconductors or controlling electricity. Can you imagine? So that's how significant it is. Now to give you a sense on the report card on what is happening in India. So even again, one step back to say, what is the demand for semiconductor in India? I'll get into supplies a little bit. India right now, and Pankaj can back that, is about $150 billion market for electronics, and of which 30 billion is semiconductor market. And METI has a number of it going to be about $500 billion by 2030, but most conservatively also at $300 billion. Even most conservatively, it is about 2x from today, and semiconductors from $30 to $90 billion, which is 3x, which is in most conservative scenarios also quite significant. But on the supply side, as I said, because it is being controlled by only 5 players globally, post-COVID, post-geopolitical situations recently, all the countries have been actually started localizing some parts of the value chain in semicon, and India has been fairly successful. India has moved from 0 to about 12 manufacturing facilities in India, 1 silicon fab, 1 compound IDM, 9 packaging units, 1 glass substrates, and a few other companies, which is super significant, and that's a proof of concept. But what is critical in the next 3-4 years is to evaluate whether it is going to be self-sustaining ecosystem or a subsidy-dependent island. Semiconductor, the capital deployed in semicon is about, say, has a 15 to 20 years depreciation cycle. And if you do not invest in the second wave in, say, substrates, chemicals, gases, while the fabs are being built, we will have a whole lot of fabs which are completely import dependent except labor. And to give you a realistic sense on where could India be in the next 5 years, if things goes right and the ambitions are in place, is, first of all, let me set the reality. India is not the technology hub or leading tech hub in the semiconductor business. It's a credible China +1 on the mature nodes like 28+ nanometers, or even, I would say 90, 45, 50 nanometers plus, where the ambitions could be 3 to 4 fabs fully built, commissioned, and utilized, with about 30 to 40% of the supply chain coming from local supply chain material companies, and about 50+ startups, if things goes right, are shipping products and not just IP. This is realistic, and this is on track right now as we speak. But if we want India to be a leading ambition of 2 nanometer, it's not going to happen today, right? Not in 5 years, but it is next 10 to 15 years. That's where I would want to place India.
Guys, all the gentlemen here agree? Is he being realistic? From 1 manufacturing facility, which is still in progress, it hasn't broken, I mean, it's broken ground, but it hasn't produced chips right now, to getting 3, 4, and about 30, 40% of localization. Is that realistic? Parag?
Yeah, I think you asked the question on TSMC, right? TSMC and ASML. Everybody knows. You didn't ask who was the technology partner behind them.
Sankhya?
No.
No, I thought it was a plan.
It was Philips. Philips sold their stake in both TSMC and ASML. Both were spun off from Philips, right? To an extent. ASML was spun off from Philips when I was in Philips in the early 90s. And they thought that this is a non-strategic business. In 1996. So Sujay is, I think, being a little aggressive on the manufacturing part. This takes a long time. And I think we should probably give it some time. I mean, it's like the farmer sowing the seed, right? You just don't go every day morning and see whether the tree is flowered or not. It takes a little bit of time. So I think in that sense is right. But on the, that's the manufacturing part. On the fabless part, I think we tend to disagree a little bit with him. Because at Sankhya and at Tejas, we actually built some of the most complicated silicon that has been out of the world, and we actually took it to production. A lot of BSNL 4G networks, satellite communications. In fact, quietly before SpaceX and Starlink, we, together with ISRO, have deployed about 150,000 satellite terminals based on localized indigenous chipsets. So in that sense, from a technology perspective, it was there, but commercially, we have not been as successful as we should have been. That I agree. And one last point.
Yeah.
I agree with him. Next 5 years, we should have at least a couple of companies reaching semiconductor companies reaching a ARR of $100 million. Not unicorns. By value, 100 million ARR.
100 million ARR. That should be the ambition. So suppose we can't dominate, right? This is a very capital-intensive ecosystem. Technology can become obsolete very soon. So let's assume that we don't have the resources to spend on the entire ecosystem and we need to dominate only one segment. Working with that hypothesis, what should it be? Pankaj, you're smiling.
No, I think that's the wrong question for India. That question should be put to Israel or Singapore. India has to do a complete 360 in semiconductors. And the highest value is generated in design, when you design your own products. So the focus should be on design, a very serious focus, and we have a low-hanging fruit because we have the engineers, we need entrepreneurs in that sector, and we need our own designs so that we have our own products. Priority number one. We definitely need to do, at least 20% of the packing, semiconductor packing in the world.
Where are we right now? If you had to, anyone knows the number?
Oh, we've just started. It's a seed. The first few plants have come up. So we need to have 40, 50 packing plants. We have 11 now, which were approved in ISM 1. We need to have a lot more. So that's a second important thing. Obviously, we have to have not 3 fabs, but more number of fabs. We have to cover memory. We have to cover display. All of that has to come in, and we have to move towards the the sharper nodes up to 2. We'll have to get prepared for that. The ancillaries, etc. That will the suppliers jahan good hota hai wahan makhiyan aa jati hain. So that will happen naturally. The last but also very, very important is that we must produce 1 million professionals who occupy the fabs and the design ecosystem across the world. Like our seafarers, I think 15% to 20% of the world's seafarers, engineers and navigation boys and girls are from India. Girls I'm just mentioning, by the way, they're not too many, but I think you'll have seafarers, girls soon. So development of talent will be very important for India.
But just to push back on this point that India needs a 360-degree approach. Now, we spend what? I mean, the government spends 76,000 in PLI 1, 1.3 lakh, 1.27 lakh to be precise in invest. And that in itself has got a multiplier effect. I get that.
Let me answer that. Do we know how much India spends, the 3 governments put together, central government, state governments, and the local bodies? Any number per year?
On semiconductors?
Spends. It's 100 lakh crores. That's our spending. That's the budgetary spending of these three governments. And how much of it is spent on manufacturing, complete manufacturing. This is the first time something has been really invested in manufacturing. I saw in the last panel they were discussing about the disability because of what China is able to provide. We need a complete overhaul of our spending structure. See, even you as a very, knowledgeable anchor is saying, spends. Governments don't spend, governments invest. Governments invest in human resources, in infrastructure and capabilities. And I think we should be not spending, we should be investing at least 25 to 30% of the 100 lakh crores in pure manufacturing. And a lot of that should go into high tech. Because
but that's a wish list, sir.
Because you see, India doesn't only have to produce semiconductors, we have to do $500 billion of electronics. Because that will give us the headroom for semiconductors and everything else. We also have to produce 20-25% of the footwear of the world. Our manufacturing revolution has not started. So it has to begin, because these millions who were at Jantar Mantar also, they have to find jobs in manufacturing. That's the heavy lifting which the nation has to do.
I agree. India needs to, along with services, complement itself with manufacturing capabilities. But just sticking to semiconductors, the reason I was asking you is because we're not operating in a vacuum here. Korea, for instance, just last month said that they're planning to invest $1.3 trillion to make sure that they remain dominant. In comparison, we're talking about 1.27 lakh, that should be 13 billion, thereabout. So, the point is that while India has made a fantastic start, there are countries and companies which are investing multiples of that. So therefore, can we afford to say that we're going to build the entire ecosystem? But Parag, come in on that point. Sir said,
single point is, I think we are far more hungry and far more passionate. Now, that is something which you can't evaluate in dollars or otherwise.
So one hungry person is right to your left, and that is Parag. He was he was a pioneer of semiconductors way before even the government made it push, and you've had it hard to build Sankhya Labs. Is it better now? And he spoke about design. Is that the missing piece?
Yeah, it's much better. I'll tell you a story during our times. 2008 2007 when we started Sankhya. 2009 and 2010 we used to get IT guys come after us because they thought every year we are spending more and there's no revenue. So they think you're running a Ponzi scheme. So from there to a point where you're on a panel discussing semiconductors,
we've come a long way.
We've come a long way. I think the glass is half full, right? So there is good parts and there is still long ways to go. And to add to your point on South Korea investing, the private sector in South Korea invests more than the government. In India, we don't have a private sector coming in and putting in as much as we should be technically doing it. And then on the point that Pankaj made, yes, the 360-degree view is good, but it has to be balanced, right? I think right now it is manufacturing skewed, but which is really important strategically, but also very important is the IP and the design part. And there we have two models. One is the Chinese model where you go bottom up, which is basically go clean up the entire sub $5 chipset market. You don't find a single Western company on the digital side. It's mostly Chinese companies and Taiwanese companies. Or the American model where you go do physics bending, pushing the envelope on technology and coming up with new AI architectures and all of that. So we have to evolve a model somewhere in between, a combination of those two. If you look at the Chinese model, if you project this onto their, just take it onto their sports as well, right? 35 years ago, the Olympic medal tally that China and we had were more or less same. Today, China is probably number 2 or number 3. What did they do right? It is also they looked at the bottom-up approach. They took up the smaller ones. They didn't look at the fast-moving ones. So that is something that we probably need to do.
Anand, design is one thing. While Pankaj sir was talking about the entire value chain and ecosystem, he's particularly mentioned on design. And it is true, right? India has hundreds and thousands of engineers, world-class engineers, who are working who are designing chips today, but they are designing for foreign companies, and NVIDIA and AMD and even an ST, Microelectronics. Why is that? Why can't we have a chip which is designed and made in India? Why can't we have our own Qualcomm? What is the missing link here?
So first of all, there are chips which are designed in India. So
yes, I know. But at a global competitive scale.
Yeah, of course. If we see versus the number of chips that are designed in the world, of course, purely designed in India, maybe very few. And again, design is just a small part of the entire chain, because the manufacturing a semiconductor product is a very, very long process in itself, right from concept to eventually having the final chip which is getting integrated on a PCB. This itself is a very long cycle. Of course, coming back to the point that why India doesn't have these kind of things, this definitely is something which, in my view, today the government thought about, and they brought in all these policies. Manufacturing, see, local manufacturing definitely is going to help in that. It will motivate many such players who otherwise would not have thought of doing it. But even more than that, my feeling is more we create pull for this kind of thing. See, it's the question of having the right demand. See, today the easiest way was we had MNCs, which are well-established companies. There are strong markets, and this market is very competitive in terms of every cent you have to make out of a chip. You have to really work really hard, and you have to do cost saving at every front, right from the time you conceptualize a design. You have to bring in necessary innovation to have the right power performance and area of a chip, to mastering the manufacturing process, because every step in this process can lead to losses if you are not optimizing it. So this itself is quite a competitive industry overall. And more important than that is the time it takes to give you returns, it's very long. You start a design today, by the time you're going to get money out of it will be easily 3 years, if not longer. So you need patience. You need patience, you need perseverance, you need to invest capital. All these things are definitely required, and that's where all these ISM 1.0 and 2.0 are going to motivate local players to have that courage to invest in their money. In fact, in 2.0, I am also seeing a strong push on having a share in the startups capital itself by the government, with the possibility to disinvest if they want to go to another investor, which definitely are going to help some of the players to make their own designs. But again, the key point is, if there is a pull, if there is a local demand from the products which are very innovative, definitely local players will come up. Okay. There are players coming up. There are, of course, we were talking offline about the challenge with respect to talent. For startups to get the talent from tier 1 is not so easy. So there are some challenges which are being addressed.
So supply will come when there is enough demand.
Yes, exactly. So because
this is a risky business, you need patient capital, and the whole VC ecosystem, which up until now is funding services, is not used to funding these risky IP kind of bets.
Exactly. So, and more important, in any case, it is independent of semiconductor. See, today we are trying to push. When demand is there, it creates a pull. And when pull is there, there is enough motivation for the investors to invest their money, because they see the return coming back. Yeah. So I think this will help if demand is created.
I will come to it. If you make in India, will it be competitive versus, say, China, Taiwan, and the others? But before that, Pranjal, since the problem seems to be, part of it seems to be on the demand side. Now, at BOAT, you need chips for your audio devices, etc. You've also partly chosen to build your own chips, have a proprietary chip. Why is that? Is it for sovereignty? Is it for supply chain resilience? Is it because it makes sense, from a cost competitive point of view?
Sure. So for our products, a chip is very central to performance, right? And we have our full kind of design stack in India, where we are able to design the product in India, and we are pushing the boundaries in terms of localization. Now, if I were to just draw a bit of a parallel, just like we have made a Tejas plane and we are getting an engine from abroad, right, from GE. Similarly, the same kind of parallel exists for our product, where a chip is the engine powering the product, and that is unfortunately not available in India right now. So to kind of give confidence to the panel here, right, there's enough and more demand for local made in India chips. And it is not just for the sake of it, right? There are multiple reasons why we would prefer a local chip much more over a...
What are the reasons?
Yeah. So one is the ability to customize chips, because our products are customized to Indian conditions. The kind of noise conditions we have in India, so for that we have proprietary noise cancellation algorithms which are customized to India. Similarly, the battery usage, for example, right? Our usage behavior is different. And we want a chip, for example, which can deliver superior battery performance, and a cookie cutter chip doesn't work, right? So as we are trying to design a chip in India, the specs we have given is a chip which will help in better, superior battery performance and longer life. That's one. Second is just from a supply chain resilience standpoint, right? We are able to book capacities and get chips with a shorter lead time, because as of now we are constrained to give a 8 to 9 month long forecast to book capacities. And in a fast moving world of consumer demand, that's too long a risk to take. So there are multitude of these factors where we would want to partner, and we already are partnering with Indian, especially the startups, the fabless startups, to design chips in India. The fab may happen anywhere in Asia, because still the fab capacity comes up in India, and then it comes back again for OSAT into India, because the step 1, which is design, and the step 3, which is OSAT, will come up first in India, and fab will take some more time, and that's absolutely okay. But that gives us more control and helps us deliver superior performance to our customers.
Would you agree, Parag, that there is enough demand? And also, if you could tell us about the cost dynamics between a Make in India chip versus what you get. Maybe it's cookie cutter.
Actually, technology can only take you as far, and that we realized in our in Sankhya. There's in the fabless world, you have to deal with vendors who are 500-pound gorillas who are bigger than you. The EDA vendors, the fab, especially the foundry. And the foundry supply chain is the key part. The semiconductor operations as a career is not, as a function is not well developed in India. And that's where you can make or break a system. I can have a great technology, but if I'm not able to deliver it at price, or I need to have investors.
Are you able to deliver at price?
Yes, we will be able to deliver at price now, right? And now we are, because the foundries now take you seriously. That they think that there is demand. And that's the good part that's come about from the ISM 1 and 2. If not anything else, the second order effect is they are beginning to take you seriously. The foundries earlier would not even entertain us, right? They wouldn't even talk to us. And that actually put us out of business. Or you need to have an investor like Flipkart and all of them, where they buy revenues. So our investors, unfortunately, were not ready to buy revenues. So that's the thing. But now, I think we are there. And to Anand's point, and you asked us, right, why don't we have chips in India? I think we have a problem with our DNA a little bit. I think we are good mercenaries. We tend to work better for, for outsiders and for our own companies.
That's changing, man.
It's changing, but slowly.
Changing.
I hope in the next decade it will. It is changing.
So if, if Parag today, a young Parag, in 2026 went up and tried to start a semiconductor business and asked for capital. I know पहले थोड़े धक्के खाने पड़ते थे. अभी?
It is much better. Far
अभी
better.
मिलेगा?
अभी मिलेगा. अभी मिलेगा मतलब they go by all the brands and all of that. They don't. People still don't know how to evaluate a semiconductor business.
Okay. Yeah, come in.
There is it's good to be mercenary at times. Because the time for everything comes at a proper time. So when I listed out those things which are required by us, being mercenary means that you get some money out of that. The victory goes to the person who's hired you, but you get revenue and, our hungry millions get something. The missing link currently is that we don't have enough boats in the country. We need to have in our sector strong global brands in not only hearable wearables but IT products, mobile phones, consumer electronics, auto electronics, the works. Because it's only when you have the final brand is that you really start customizing. Of course, some ODMs also customize, but when the grip of the brand is the real value. That is where the real value for the nation comes. And not only in electronics, we have to have brands across all categories. So at least 100 big global brands in various categories. And in electronics, at least 10 to 20 global brands. And not brands which only sell in some 10 African countries, but brands which are across the world.
Indian brands.
Indian brands serving about the 6 billion people other than the 1.5 billion, which are, the North Americas, Europe, and now Japan, part of China, etc. So we can be very large brands in those categories. Because the myth that we can't produce electronics is busted. We can't produce electronics for sophisticated market is busted. 50% of the mobile phones consumed in the US are produced in India, right? That Indian labor is not competitive, that is busted. And that we've done it at scale, at $70 billion.
So the problem is not manufacturing. The problem is not IP. The problem perhaps is the fact that we don't have enough captive Indian brands at a global scale which readily pull demand. Is that, would you say, is the problem right now then?
I don't have this word problem in my dictionary. I'll call it a great opportunity. So you have nothing, like that shoe salesman who went to Africa. So we have nothing. We just have boat and noise. We don't have brands. So what an opportunity. Opportunity to serve 6 billion people in the world. I'm like super excited.
Okay. All right.
Agree.
Come in. Yeah.
And I think the complete food chain should exist, right? It can't exist. One of them can't exist in a vacuum. And like Pankaj said, rightly, the top of the food chain is the brands like Samsung or like Boat here and all of them. We need more of them. Then come people like us. Then comes the foundry below us. So that entire food chain needs to be developed. Right now, it's not there's the bottom part and there's a little bit of the top, and then we have a lot of talent in between. Right, and that's
the bottom are the fabs.
The fabs, well, it started to now. I won't say it is there. It just started.
Okay, then you come.
In fact, also the middle is still not there. So we have
the middle is packaging testing.
No, I'm going beyond semiconductors to electronics. Okay. The middle of electronics is just coming up with ECMS, this scheme. So by 30, we'll have a comprehensive, competitive electronic industry, and then. You see, brands also need the tailwinds of competitiveness and scale. Yeah. This is what, in 2012, all Chinese mobile companies had failed by that time. They all shut down. So a completely new crop came. And because China had scale, the supply chain was available, they were riding on that supply chain. I'm Boat and Noise currently are trying to build a domestic supply chain on their own. I mean, hats off to them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're very proud of that. Sujay, you've been awfully quiet.
So I'm listening from the masters.
Actually, listening from the masters. Okay. What about this Semicon PLI 2.0? Right? Is that enough? Because it's spread across 6 pillars. Or are we stretching ourselves too thin? What's your view?
I think numbers speak for itself. So ISM 1.0, 75,000 crores, and ISM 2.0, 1.2 lakhs crores. That shows the intent. But what critically is to notice is the horizon of the policy, going from 5 to 12 years, right? That itself is quite an achievement with the understanding of the government of the sector. Because the fabs do not have a break-even in the 5-year election life cycle. It's much beyond that, right? And that's where it is critically and really important for one to understand the understanding of the sector and policy design towards it. So while this 12-year runway is trying to tell the long-term institutional capital plan, saying policy will not be written in mid-build. And there's a policy continuity is really important. That's what government has passed the message. Second is the strategic pivot is real. ISM 1.0 was all about packaging capacity. 2.0 explicitly focused on vertical integration from substrates, chemicals, specialty gases, equipment, supply chain depth, etc., which is quite critical. And the government has actually kind of understood their scorecard, read their scorecard correctly, saying you can subsidize and fab to its existence, but you can't subsidize an ecosystem. We need about 200 MSMEs, suppliers, or around a fab for it to succeed. Otherwise, as I mentioned earlier, we whole lot of fabs manufacturing chips, shipping chips with completely import dependent and with the Make in India tag. So what Government of India is doing with semiconductor is right. So with what they did with mobile phones from 2015 to 22, which evolved from screwdriver-led assembly to a genuine value add, as Pankaj was also mentioning. But what is important to mention here is semiconductor is a much bigger game, right? It's a 3x capital and IP intensive. So here we need to recalibrate patience and rather than capital, because it is not going to happen in 7 years. And that's where the message on, say, 12 years horizon is right.
Do you guys come in, Pranjal?
Just adding on to what Pankaj said, right? Absolutely the point that we are looking to localize our supply chain. Semiconductor is one aspect of it, but beyond also. And making in India helps us get that edge to outcompete other global brands and helps us build a moat both from a cost and design perspective. And that is something that we are trying to ride on to be globally competitive.
Yeah,
so if I may add, see, it's not like we are spreading it too thin. See, it's more like a catalyst. We are trying to trigger some success stories. And again, in this industry, if you have to survive, you have to really master every step of it. The volumes have to be really big. So again, coming back to why Indian designs are not there yet. Unless we have the demands which are
really... This sounds like a chicken and egg story.
Yeah.
It sounds like a chicken and egg story.
Yeah, of course. So of course, that's right. The key point is, again, we have to really master every part, and keep going. And again, innovation is key in this industry, especially on the product side. Today, there is a lot of focus on IP, and IP sometimes is not so well understood term in this entire set of things. So IPs exist right at the level of design, and IP is also at the level of eventually the product. And unless we bring most innovative products, and that's where, in fact, the China story, where the first wave of mobile phones versus the current wave of mobile phones, unless they brought the innovation at the right level, they could not really make it running with the same margins as was required to survive it. And same thing, probably we have to learn from this. Our final demand has to be driven by the local innovations, reading to volumes which are serving the world. Of course, within India we have huge demand, but Indian market will always be price sensitive, at least in the near future. Long term, definitely we might come out of that. But eventually, to serve the world, we have to bring the necessary innovation. We have to be ahead of some other big players, big brands. And if that demand is created, local design, local manufacturing, everything will boost. These will act more like success stories, even if these are spread very thin. This is my view, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think on the DLI part, the only grouse that I have is it's more supply based. It's not demand based. I think there's enough money in the market, and I remember when we were trying to raise money that time, people thought we are hobbyists. We are not building.
People thought you all what?
We are hobbyists. We are not engineers trying to build a business, right? So that is actually that if investors see a demand and there's enough capital in the market to be able to.
You've seen that in solar.
Yeah.
True. Yeah.
In solar,
it's a gold rush.
Weaponized our market and domestic market, and the result is the development of the supply chain. But when you weaponize your markets, you don't get innovation, because the lazy investor, what Parag is saying, The lazy investor says that, okay,
there is a subtle thing, Pankaj.
15%, good.
Yeah,
So
I think Make in India should be a tailwind, not a crutch.
Tailwind and not a?
Crutch. You should not use it as a crutch. Then you know, it pushes you.
Okay, well said. How important is it that we have more fabs over here? Now, NVIDIA became the most valuable company in the world just purely by designing. They don't own a single factory. So, Anand, STM Microelectronics has been designing here for so long at the Greater Noida facility. What will it take for you all as an MNC to build your own fab over here?
See, once again, so in Indian ecosystem, first we have to see where we are currently. At the moment, I will say versus the local demand, we have already in plan the good number of factories both on front end as well as back end. So enough sites announced. Front end definitely there is one big one, but I'm sure there are more coming in. For me, it's very important to have the full chain well connected, because the business has to support it very well. And once it is in place, again there will be enough pull for players like ST all across the globe. You know, there are so many MNCs. They'll be happy to come and invest. Why not? In the end, it has to be the overall market dynamics which has to pull it.
So this policy alone is not enough for you all to consider building a manufacturing facility here?
See, this policy definitely is bringing in very, very positive things, and definitely there are local players which are coming up, which primarily is the goal in my view at the moment. And of course, these players will definitely rely on the experience of companies like ST. They will definitely go back sometimes for consultancies, sometimes for potential partnerships and other things. So this will keep going, and it will go hand in hand. There is no, I will not say there is a single point where you suddenly pull one or the other player.
So this basically is catalytic capital which sets in motion. The ball is,
exactly. So
the ball rolls.
Yeah, this exactly is producing the initial success stories to motivate many more players. And again, the potential is huge. Yeah. It's not something, sometimes we try to see, is it the right time to enter? No, any time is right time to enter. If you enter with the right force, with the right focus, you have to definitely be competitive, no matter when. Even if you are, you are the first one to enter, this industry is like, 2 years down the line, everybody will catch up. Unless you really stay innovative enough to keep your costs under control, to stay profitable, others will kill you. The moment you stop innovating, others will will capture the market.
Can India build its own NVIDIA, Pankaj?
I'm not.
No.
Absolutely. I think what is happening now is there's a lot of excitement getting created, and the mindsets are changing. Governments are thinking very differently. State governments who didn't know how to spell semiconductors are chasing now that please come to our state, and we are
Government is courting now.
Yeah, that is happening. And then I told you the hunger and the passion of our entrepreneurs. I think all these, this is a deadly combination. And, we used to ask a question, who's producing phones in India? Now the question is, who is not producing phones in India? So this is not what people will ask, that which semiconductor company is present in India. It will be which semiconductor company is not present in India. And your designs, are they getting sold all over the world? Yes. So let's be patient. It will take the next 10 years to be a very potent force in semiconductors.
Parag, just for the benefit of the audience here, give us a sense of Sankhya Labs or Sampige's size and where it can go in the next 5 or 10 years.
We took an opposite tack of what we did in Sankhya in Sampige. In Sankhya, we wanted to, we are all these technologists who wanted to try and, hobbyists, right, trying to go build a business. And we, without an ecosystem, we tried to sell into the worldwide market, and we were successful. In fact, we had Sony and Samsung TVs at that time as potential customers. We just couldn't meet their price. Now we're taking a different tack. Now we know much better. I wish I was 15 years younger to run this, right? This is the right time to build a semiconductor company. Now we are trying to build actually a business. So right from the beginning, we factor into our equations that we're not here just to build a chip, but to make a business out of it. And then
what is different now?
different now is, I think a lot of people have realized that when jokers like us can build companies, there are other people who think I'm smarter than him and I'll go build that company, right? So there are a lot of guys who are doing that. And like, I agree with Pankaj that you will get I think you can't plan to create an NVIDIA. You have to create an environment where NVIDIA gets created.
No, also,
right?
see, the semiconductors was the preserve of the West.
Yeah.
Europe and US. And for a long time, Taiwan was a back office, and then Taiwan started cracking it, it started doing extremely well. But then China jumped in. And I hope you noticed what he said, that we started 64 verticals of ASICs, application-specific ICs. And the top 10 companies in 64 verticals. And they were all Chinese, except, so out of 640 companies, there were hardly about 30, 40 Western names left. So Taiwan and China. So China had almost a lion's share of this. This is the cheaper, legacy nodes. So if they could do it so rapidly, I think we are smarter than them in terms of the capability.
One of the policy issues I think should be addressed is, we want innovation without failure, and that's impossible. It's like wanting a rose without thorns. So you just can't get it. So if we have policies, good write-off policies that promote R&D, if you have the right incentives for people, I believe private sectors will step up and build, do crazy stuff. Right now, there's no incentive to do crazy stuff.
There was an attempt to do roses without thorns, actually. Seriously. Yeah, but it didn't succeed. Those roses were very...
Yeah, I know. You first decide what thorns you want and then choose the rose you want.
We need more Parags, the hobbyists, the more passionate people who are willing to take those risks. Anything that semicon...
No hobbyists. No
hobbyists.
hobbyists. No.
I was
we need, we can't risk...
Now he's a businessman.
We need passionate businessmen and technologists.
Yeah,
anything that semicon... Sorry. Go ahead. No, we're out of time, so I just wanted to quickly hear from the three of you over there. Has Semicon 2.0 missed anything that you would have liked? Sujay, Anand, Pranjit?
I think it's quite diverse. It's covering, in fact, some of the areas which were not covered in 1.0 are well addressed in my view. Okay. So for me, it's quite satisfying. The focus seems to be good.
Yeah, fairly comprehensive. And also, our policy-making bodies have now had some experience with such incentive schemes and what works, what doesn't work. So a lot of the previous learnings have also been applied in here. Heard a fair bit of patient capital kind of called out here. So that's also being provisioned for in this. So it's a fairly comprehensive thing which should further give a jump start to the semicon ecosystem in India.
Okay. And one final question then, and this is a one-word answer, guys. You have to promise me this. So in 2035, when a global CEO says, we need X, we go to India. Fill in that blank.
We need semiconductors.
Full semiconductor.
Yes.
I would say mobile phone chips and AI.
Yes.
I would say the entire ecosystem, right, from packaging,
yes,
chips,
indeed.
And
anything most advanced.
Most advanced.
Anything most advanced you need, you go to India.
Go to India. Pranjit?
I'll agree with the semicon ecosystem.
Semicon ecosystem. Okay, that's a great way to end this conversation. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining in. We would have covered so much more, but out of time. Thank you, audience. You've been lovely and patient. Thank you.
State so that we could in fact get you together for a group picture, please. And I'll request a huge round of applause as well, please. Thank you once again to our stellar panel, and thank you, Rima, for moderating that conversation for us as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we've had a long day of riveting conversations, but I promise you that we are nowhere close to done. Just giving you a snapshot of what really is expected now in the stage to come. We will, of course, in a short while from now, be hearing from the Union Minister, Prahlad Joshi. We, of course, will also come together to celebrate leaders and visionaries of the manufacturing sector. And in the end, we will all celebrate together with a performance that celebrates India's rich heritage with, of course, the Bangash brothers. So there's still a lot left for each one of you. So I'll request all of you to continue maintaining that momentum and energy that you've had since morning. You've been a fantastic audience so far. So we'd love to see each one of you till the end with us. But quickly, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to shift our focus to our next conversation. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special conversation on the theme, Building the Next Era of Manufacturing. To understand how industry leaders are shaping India's manufacturing journey today and defining where it goes next as well. For that, first join me in welcoming our moderator, Shivani Bajaj, CNBC-TV18 special correspondent. Good to have you with us, Shivani. And also now, with a huge round of applause, join me in welcoming the panelists. Vivek Abrol, MD and CEO at Luminous Power Technologies, is joining us. Let's give him a huge round of applause. We also have Dr. Bharat Kaushal, Corporate Officer, Hitachi Limited, Executive Officer, Hitachi India, who's been kind enough to take out the time and join us as well. Gentlemen, good to have you with us. Shivani, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. I know that it has been a long day for all of you. I'll try to keep it sharp and concise and get you all the vision that these gentlemen have to share with us today. India's manufacturing story is clearly at an inflection point today. Over the last few years, we've seen an unprecedented push from production-linked incentive schemes, which is the PLI, and the Make in India initiative, to growing interest from global companies looking to diversify their supply chains. But the next phase of this journey will demand much more than policy support and investment. It will require strong leadership, world-class talent, technological innovation, and the ability to build globally competitive businesses. And that is what we are exploring here with these two leaders with us who have been at the forefront of this transformation. Vivek, Bharat, thank you so much for joining us here on this panel. Let me begin by asking you, and whoever wants to take this question, it's open for all. Globally, we want to become a manufacturing hub. We have a lot to do. We speak about a lot of things that we want to manufacture, specifically in the defense area. We speak about EVs. We speak about bullet trains. We have very big ambitions. This question is to both of you. What is it that we need to do? Let's set the stage with the expectations that we have from our own industry.
Thank you. Well, I think there is reasonable clarity in saying that the narrative is shifting from being a low-cost manufacturing country to paying very good attention to resilience and diversification. And this, obviously, when you look in absolute terms versus relative terms, relatively, it all started with China +1 and single country vulnerability, then going on to this equilibrium between globalization and deglobalization, self-reliance initiatives, green becoming the mandate of all global OEMs, sustainability. And on the other side was India, which was seeing a shift from industries like textiles to precision tool manufacturing, power electronics, high-end, more complex automotive engineering. Also that the small component industry and the large component industries had different definitions of how global they will become, because there was a regional element in the small components. In the capital good industry, it was also the real globalization. So in the Indian context, the consumption economy was a kind of seeing the growth that the middle class pyramid is inversing itself. And to that extent, it's more insulated than when you set up capacity and scale and affordability experiments. At the same time, implementation and consciousness of quality were two things that redefined in the past 1 decade how India looked at public spending. So So there is the absolute part of what the narrative shift looked like, as well as a more global relative part.
One conversation that we always have when we talk about manufacturing is the skilling of Indian people. Do we have the talent pipeline? Is there an issue in that talent pipeline? Do we need to do more? Vivek, I need to come to you with that because you've been at the forefront of this manufacturing change that we're seeing in the country. How would you assess the talent pipeline that you already have, and how much is yet to be done on that count?
A very good question. See, I do believe that India has had talent for the last so many decades in manufacturing, and therefore we all as manufacturers and marketers have benefited from the manufacturing excellence. But the right question to also understand is whether we are ready for the next level of manufacturing excellence, right? Whether we have that tech enablement as an embedded, coherent ingredient in our manufacturing excellence, right? If you look at the world around, if you look at what's happening in semiconductors, what's happening in solar manufacturing, etc., I would say that India as part of the journey has already started getting there, but that we are still in certain areas a bit behind, right? And I don't feel shy in accepting that. And therefore, I think it is very critical for us to really embed this culture of learning, which could help us build this ecosystem. So therefore, the skill set which the students get in the engineering schools helps, facilitates for faster progression. Also helps these guys not going to the outside world to really experience what the technology and what they can learn. I would say to really augment this whole skill set of next level of manufacturing into the current system, what we also follow in Luminous, and I would want to state here, is a 3L framework, right? So first L, I would say, is leaning in the ecosystem, leaning towards the ecosystem, which is already the source of it. For example, when Luminous started solar manufacturing, started understanding about solar manufacturing, so that was, Australia became a partner to us, right? Because UNSW, one of the institutes, everybody knows the renewable energies, we partnered with them really to understand the technology of solar. So first L was to really lean on that ecosystem. The second L, I would say, the learning part of it. The organizations, as I was saying, need to get ready, don't need to feel shy to learn from the outside world. Again, giving an example of Luminous, we went to China, right? Because solar manufacturing itself, cell manufacturing itself is so complicated and such a high technology-led precision process that we had to learn from China. The entire Indian ecosystem learned from China, right? So therefore, this whole ingredient of learning becomes very important as part of adopting the technology. And the third, again, very critical part is leading with impact, right? So it's just not cut, copy, paste system of what you learn from China or what you learn from Australia. It's about how you build, how do you use certain insights from your business and embed in that technology to really make it the next level. Again, like, what Luminous, we are the connected inverters in the solar eco space, so therefore it helps us give on the consumers the full visibility of what solar is generated, what solar is consumed, what solar is transported to the grid. So this 3L framework, the lean, learn, and lead with impact is something which really has helped us, and I'm sure other organizations it would as we go along.
Vivek, very important points about learning from others, not shying away from the learnings that we have from China or other parts of the world. Bharat, if we, you spoke about globalization and deglobalization in that in the previous answer, and Vivek has spoken about learning from our peers, our competitors even. This is one aspect of this entire thing, that we have to learn what has already been set as a precedent. Of course, we have to change it, tweak it to our own styles. But when it comes to global powers looking at India, what we are building, where we are going, what are the kind of trends that you think the world is looking at us for?
I think the journey of building resilience and competitiveness in manufacturing is a T20 game because of the affordability. Sometimes people should be, the bandwidth of tolerance should allow.
Let's talk about what is, the buzzword in conversations and what it should be now, moving on. The panel before us spoke about semiconductors in so much detail, but it is an important aspect of what we want to manufacture. Phones, technology, semiconductors, EVs, all of it is buzz right now in India. Of course, adding to that the artificial intelligence and the move from just electronics to physical world. Vivek, how important is it that we focus on other things? In your case, batteries, inverters. What would you say it takes to actually build a country into a manufacturing hub that we envision India to become? Say, for example, look at China. Is it that we can actually
whilst EVs, semiconductors are pretty celebrated, right? But if you really look at this whole ecosystem of manufacturing of EVs or semiconductors and many other areas, it's all embedded with the energy transmission, energy generation and the way it evolves. So getting power at the relevant pricing at the right optimum productivity becomes paramount. Right, so therefore, both from the industrialization perspective and also from the consumer side. Let me give you an example. Pradhan Mantri Surya Yojana, for example, is a very large initiative which government and especially Prime Minister has taken to really get to 1 crore households. Now that's creating energy transition at a scale, right? Now look at the difference what it makes to the consumer. So a consumer who was spending about $10,000 or $15,000 on his electricity bill today, right, for a month, all of a sudden after solar installation, electricity becomes free, right, for 25 years. And the cost of the investment is just about 3 years of payback, 3 to 4 years. So that's the large impact what it makes when it comes to the consumer. Similarly, from the industrial side, manufacturing side, you see, the cost of manufacturing it can bring down with the capex, installation. What it can give to the small sector manufacturing, large organizations, large manufacturing setups is huge, right? And it's not just at a peripheral level discussion. It's really embedded in the core part of your business model as a part of P&L. So I would say, whilst EVs and these are celebrated at the forefront, but I think the embedded part is the energy transition and the management of energy as one goes along. So it becomes very paramount so the whole system of solar panels, solar inverters, battery management systems, storage systems, all of that, this ecosystem becomes so crucial in this whole development of the industrial as well as the consumer households. The way, Gadkari ji has built the transport, road transport infrastructure. Similarly, this whole ecosystem of solar is building the energy roadmap for the country. So very, very crucial there.
Another point that is actually crucial is not just about the conversations, it's also about the capital allocation that we are seeing in these sectors. Bharat, I'll come to you. Where would you say the capital should be put? what is the importance of that kind of decision making, and how important is it to identify early on and then put capex where it is necessary?
Correct. I think, in two sectors where we have a big play are rail and energy. In rail, and in both these sectors, I'm very proud to say that maybe there is no bigger opportunity on the planet just now for building physical and digital balance sheets in these two sectors. There's about a $50 billion annual budget allocation for railway modernization or for urban mobility or even the high-speed train. Similarly, for the whole energy transmission, from the grid management and grid integration to automation, energy storage, and it goes on. The idea is that if that much is the allocation, you are also investing into the pieces very well. So if you're bringing generative AI to prevent energy losses coming from renewable energy being stored and going from base load to peak load, the losses are being minimized using generative AI. You're optimizing capital allocation not by just normal subsidies, but saying that condition monitoring is going to prevent, your cost to income ratio is 98%. So if I save early in maintenance by 25%, then these same assets are rendering more optimality. And in the supply chain, what started with COVID, 14 sectors, 2.16 lakh crores of total performance-linked incentives, and performance could mean making it more green, reducing the time, enhancing the production, and whatever. The total commodity production that 2.16 lakh crore led to was plus of 20 lakh crores. So you have to see the spectrum, the whole ecosystem. Of course, logistics costs should be below 10%, and there's a lot of effort beyond warehousing and transportation to look at quality controls and look at packaging industry much better, and similar other allied areas. But this is a wholesome game of capital allocation. Where does it go? The R&D labs, the advanced materials. If that is more secure, the size of the transaction improves.
The same question to you also, Vivek. I would want to understand from you, and not just from your company perspective, from a perspective of somebody who's in the industry and looking at this manufacturing ecosystem becoming big and the kind of vision that India has. How would you assess the kind of capex that we are deploying? Would you say that it needs change?
See, I don't think there is a right answer, yes and no to that. But I would say there are two perspectives to this coin. One is, what is that investment? What is giving? What it is giving is, what's the ROI in that? And second is whether this investment is really needed in this. So because I was just reading an article where there is about 1 trillion kind of investment in the AI development, right? And a lot of that goes from US. Now, what does that do to the other sectors, right? So that's also the impact one has to gauge, and what's the ROI. So the answer is not that whether AI would give you the benefit, definitely give you the benefit, but how much, when, and what side of it. That is something which really needs to be assessed. And to me, the way AI stands right now, how does it solve some of the productivity issues, optimization issues, and how does it help in building some predictive models which could help not just the manufacturing setup, but also from the consumer side of how he optimizes the energy, for example, in his house, right? So a lot of predictive modeling could be shaped up from that side.
But Bharat, you spoke about, AI, augmented reality, and how, now it's actually making sense even in the physical world. How much of it have you seen changing in the last 1 decade? While you have touched upon some of the aspects, could you give us more of that sense?
Well, there is certainly a big distance to be traveled still. The consciousness has arrived. The leaders are more confident that we have whatever it takes, whether it starts with the OEMs and the MSME interconnectedness play. In a world where flex demands, both comparing domestic versus this, new capacities are being built on modular platforms. So you can show agility while being competitive. And those are the things that are now getting embedded when you do the contractual obligations with supply chain, because you know the bandwidth of tolerance is much lower for them to do that transition. But they are good, and that you may be at 40% of an outcome, you should at best try to be 60% of an outcome and use the competitive advantage of supply chains.
Vivek, coming back to you on this, we have spoken about how software and hardware are now infused with each other, and this is something that has not happened before. And this is an absolutely new thing. For manufacturers, the manufacturing discipline becomes a very difficult thing when such a thing happens. Tell us your experience. How has this infusion of software and hardware change things at your end?
So actually, it changes every time you do a product design, right? When you're embedding the software part, the firmware side of it to the hardware, the whole piece of manufacturing line changes, because the experience you would want, the performance you would want from the product also has to be mapped in a very synchronized way. So I think one of the aspects which has helped us is really standardizing, both the integration of software and hardware. Right. So on one hand, so for example, we have integrated products in inverters, right? So which is a Wi-Fi dongle. Now, Wi-Fi dongle has its own set of embedded chips in that, and then when it talks to the inverters, you have it synchronized for one inverter. But when there are different models, you can't have a very customized kind of approach in the manufacturing setup, right? So therefore, what you do is you have a middle layer which solves about 150 inverters what we have, and it synchronizes it well so that the discipline of manufacturing in terms of cost, in terms of optimization, in terms of quality parameters, that gets tested out. So therefore, we have something called in the terminology, manufacturing terminology, called ATS, a testing system outside of the line, right, at the last end of the line, where both the hardware and the software part gets tested together, so that every box or every product which goes out of the factory is right up to the standards of performance, basis what the expectations are, and also from the quality standards. So that's how, in one of the methods, standardization becomes extremely important to really design and then take it forward in a very disciplined way.
But at standardization, and the same question to you, software and hardware coming together in areas like railways, where the opportunity is pretty big, how would you say that the standardization is being met? Is that a challenge at your end?
Well, it is, yes, it is a challenge, because railways has been a backbone of the Indian economy. There are legacy systems, and then there were improvements, modernized systems. And now you've seen the hydrogen train experiment. So as rail control moved away from signaling to the complete control, not just the door opening, but how the train and the track move, efficiencies have improved, and safety standards have improved, which has been a big priority. But look at the feeds that are coming in. The richness of India was not just the effort in becoming from a consumer of artificial intelligence to a creator of artificial intelligence. I think all of artificial intelligence that we talk about today is coming from the supply side of LLMs, where information is becoming knowledge. The SLMs in India of all of these learnings is the variety that the new LLM on the demand side will need. And if businesses are to be served from platforms, then the whole flex bit is about serving a buffet meal right to everybody, and that's the readiness that you want from your talent, that you want from how competitive you are, etc., etc.
We spoke about it earlier as well, but on that answer, I would want to come back to you, Vivek. We spoke about how we have to look at competing countries as well as peers across the world to learn a few things that we are still struggling with. Would you say that standardization and this inclusion of software and hardware is something that we can learn from, for example, China, who has mastered it over
Definitely. We have done it ourselves. Luminous has done it ourselves. So Luminous as an organization, we have always traditionally been to the power backup solutions, which is largely when the outages are there, and therefore you have this lead-acid battery and inverters, right? But the way we are transforming ourselves to a really energy solutions piece, which is the whole generation part of electricity through solar, through power conversion, right, which is from DC to AC, and then obviously storage systems through both lead acid as well as the lithium battery solutions. So we have in this whole journey, as I said, that we had to learn a lot from international markets to really see how the technology was. We were in fact the first organization in the country to have this connected pieces of inverters, which gives you a live view of what the household is generating, what is he's transporting to the grid, etc. So therefore, it is definitely possible. So we also learned it piece by piece, but then we had to be patient, we had to be open of what we were learning, and we had to take chances and a bit about risks to really adapt to the Indian side of how the technology could look like.
But being specific, what is it that you think India can learn from not just China, but other countries who have actually mastered the art of manufacturing, so to say? Would you say there are 1-2 things that India desperately needs to learn right now?
I think we are working in that direction, clearly. And it is becoming, going to use that India is more competitive for even India out, or India for India and India for the world. But it will take time. I mean, you can't start competing and position yourself as China +1 when evacuation will be in the high seas in few hours from the factory, to suddenly promising that. The good news, however, is that the domestic consumption in India is where the real change is happening. And when I said inversing of the middle class pyramid, I thought the whole basket of goods is changing. And so this is an opportunity, yet again, without export. Fastest growing country, economy, but export share globally only 2%, is that without doing that, you're addressing the new needs at the Indian market, which provide opportunity of, yet again, because of, thanks to our population, scalability and affordability. And with implementation being done on the backbone smartly, it can also be done at speed. So it doesn't have to do the 10-15 year thing only, but some things will show the full result only over 5-10 years.
Vivek, how about you? What do you think are a few learnings that we should take immediately from our peers?
See, one is, I would say I've been into these countries to really understand how they work around. I think one is the productivity piece as to how they standardize a lot of things together, and the cost of manufacturing, the cost of development of products is extremely low, right? I would say this is something which we need to learn. Second is their resilience to keep going. They don't stop. I was at one of the solar plants in China, and I could see that every month they were filing patents to build the efficiency of the solar cell, right? So they are fast. They are about 10-15 years ahead. So there's a huge amount of risk capital which they deploy, which I think we need to kind of up our game to really get there, because somebody was saying in the panel before that we got to have an investment to really get an innovation.
Patient capital.
Patience capital is there. Yeah.
So we need patient capital, a lot of things that we have already achieved, a lot of things yet to be achieved to make India the manufacturing hub. Vivek, Bharat, thank you so much for joining us here for this panel. A huge round of applause for both the gentlemen. Thank you so much for being a patient audience as well.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Shivani. We'll get you together for a photo op, please. Thank you so much. I think we can have a louder round of applause. That conversation was engaging and riveting. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen. As a global manufacturing is being reimagined and respoken about in the year 2026, CEOs are navigating an increasingly complex landscape. And this complex landscape is shaped by geopolitical shifts, evolving supply chains, changing capital flows, and rapid technological disruption. Our next conversation, ladies and gentlemen, the CEO agenda, manufacturing in a multipolar world, explores exactly this, but also explores how business leaders today are responding to these changes and what they mean for India's ambitions as a global manufacturing powerhouse. To moderate this session, I would now invite Shireen to kindly join us on stage. And of course, joining her virtually, we have Ms. Dipali Goenka, MD and CEO, Wellspin Living Limited. I think we can give her a huge round of applause. I'm sure she can hear the applause. Good to have you with us, ma'am. Thank you for taking our time. Shireen, the floor is all yours.
Well, thank you very much. To start with, Dipali, it's great to have you join us, albeit virtually. Some things AI can't fix, and Dipali was meant to be with us today, but there were some technical issues, and so she couldn't make it here physically, but appreciate you joining us virtually, Dipali. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to start with an interesting anecdote. I don't know how many of you watched the Wimbledon this year, but if you did, you know that there was a viral moment at the Wimbledon with a lot of players, including the Wimbledon champ Iga Swiatek, talking about being a towel thief, literally taking away the courtside towels. But here's the India connection to the Wimbledon courtside towels. They're all manufactured in Vapi in Gujarat by Dipali and her team. So Dipali, congratulations on taking India to the center court in Wimbledon.
Thank you, Shireen, and I wish I could have been there. Just due to technical tonight, I couldn't, but it's such a pleasure speaking with you.
But take us through that story. You know, what's so special about these Wimbledon towels, Dipali, and what goes into making them in your facility in Vapi in Gujarat?
So, if you know, Shireen, about us, 2006, we acquired a British brand which made the towels for the Queen of England since 1850. And this brand also has a license for Wimbledon. So Wimbledon, for us at Wellspun, is manufactured at Vapi, our facility. It takes 18 months to design, to look at the product, and then put it out there. And it is not just about just the towel. It is also about sustainability, the way it is being made. Also, we use the last year's towels and make some accessories and merchandises also that we sell. So the whole ethos of, the whole experience of Wimbledon is brought in together with the color, with the design, with the entire sustainability together, for this whole event that's called Wimbledon.
Yes, absolutely, and that certainly provided everybody with a viral moment. But, Dipali, let's talk about the world that we're in today. When we last spoke at the start of the year in Davos, you told me that we're living in a Barney world. And for those of you who are joining us here and online, what Dipali meant when she said Barney world is brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. Has the world become more Barney, Dipali?
Has been a very interesting one. So I think you've got to have everything in
Well, it is certainly a world full of control freaks, and many of them are controlling destinies, including, for many countries here in Asia on the back of what we're seeing happen in the Strait of Hormuz. But Dipali, through the course of Make 2026, the event that we're doing today, the focus is on scale. The focus is on enhancing competitiveness of Indian manufacturing. And I'll ask you this in the context of what Welspun has been able to achieve. You're the world's #1 when it comes to towels and bath rugs. You're the world's #2 when it comes to bed sheets. You're the largest supplier to the likes of IKEA, Walmart, Target, and so on and so forth. What would you say is the playbook to achieve scale and competitiveness? Well, you're operating across 60 countries at this point in time, Dipali, but we're talking about operating in a multipolar world. And what we are seeing at this point in time, to quote Amitabh Kant, is very muscular industrial policies which are basically asking manufacturers to move on site. You've got plants in the US, for instance. Given the many changes that we are seeing in an increasingly tariffed world, how much of this is going to be part of the strategy of not just being close to the customer, but actually being manufacturing in the country that you supply to?
Shireen, we have 2 pillow factories in Ohio and Nevada now. It is an extension of, a sleep, extension of the bed sheets that we make in India. And then you have utility, which is around, if you talk about the United States of America, is itself a $4 billion market. And when you talk about pillows, which we are manufacturing, itself is around $1.4 billion. You know that, pillows is a very bulky article. But if you actually look at the categories that Welspun does, you talk about towels or you talk about bath rugs, it's an extension of one category to the other. And, pillows has traditionally been onshore in the United States of America. The plants were literally very old. For Welspun, this was a huge opportunity where, as many towels that you sell, because if you're selling 2 billion towels opportunity that you have in America, You have $1.4 billion opportunity of pillows in the United States of America. You know, that again is something that we're making in a green, a facility that we set up, which is state of art and completely automated. And I think that's where we invested around $12.5 million in this facility. And we're working with all the retailers across, along with our hospitality partners too.
Right. Dipali, I also want to understand from you, when we talk about the future growth and future expansion, and I know that, again, I will reference back to the conversation that I just had with Amitabh Kant, and he said the FTAs that India is signing, whether it's the UK or the EU or perhaps in the near future, even with the US, it's a wake-up call to Indian industry to become far more competitive. How are you looking at these FTAs, both as an opportunity, but equally as a challenge?
So, Shireen, I think where there's a challenge, there's an opportunity. And I think with the FTAs, that opens our doors. In UK, when you're talking about, we were 12% literally of our next door neighbors, like Pakistan and Bangladesh. And still, we became leaders in towels in United Kingdoms. Like, the whole wall, the back wall of most of our retailers is like by Wellspun in towels. So this again gives an opportunity. And I think competitiveness is the key to lead wherever it is. So whether, India will have to be competitive. Now, whether, if you can talk about India, and I talk about the manufacturing in our country, India is the largest producer of green energy, right? And for Wellspun today, our power is completely at Anjar facilities around 80% green. Our water that is recycled is not a drop of fresh water that we're using. We have the ancillaries that are next doors. We are planning a supply chain right ahead in advance. We have the complete ecosystem of a cotton supply chain in our control because it's next doors and we completely plan together. So I think the important thing is the advantage that also when I talk about Wellspun or when I talk about India, and I talk about in terms of manufacturing and textiles, we are a stable democracy, we are growing, we have power, we have people. And I think the MSME base that India has is the power and the bedrock of what we have as a country. So if I may talk about, earlier we used to talk about China, which was leading the textiles. Today it is India that has all the opportunity. China was the biggest exporter, producer of cotton, biggest exporter of cotton. Today it's India. It is about the manpower costs, which India is very, very competitive. I just heard your conversations earlier, and we talked about AI. AI is not just, India is not becoming a consumer, it is also the producer. How are you looking at AI that can really make it more competitive? Industry 4.0, now we're talking about Industry 5.0. I think how you're upscaling your people to take that over. The predictability, which AI will, and the agentic AI will help you do. To create cases, create situations. And I think that's the opportunity that we will have to really take this forward.
We spoke a lot about the export markets, but let's talk a little bit about the India market as well. And what will the mix look like 5 years on? You talked about India's aspiration to grow. It is today one of the fastest growing large economies in the world, with the hope that per capita is also going to increase. What do you make of the India market? How will your revenue mix change over the next 5 to 10 years?
So if I talk about today, we are around 59% United States of America, and the rest is UK, Europe, and rest of the world. India today is around 7 to 8%. It'll grow to around 10 to 12%, but the base at Wellspun Living is huge. We spoke about it, Shreen, earlier. The per capita consumption, we are just at the inflection point. And the per capita consumption, the day it reaches around $2,000 to $2,500 is where India will become that consumer market, which will be very, very strong. And I think everybody would agree in the audience today that India is not about that simple that we speak about. Every district, every 15 kilometers, the culture changes, the consumption changes. But the need that we see coming in is very, 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 very interesting. Roti, kapda, makan, hamesha chalega. And I think that's something India will be always. We spoke about metros, but the tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4 are going to be the norms of the day. The interesting thing is also the religious tourism. 20% of the growth that you're going to see is in the religious tourism. I mean, and that's something, we are a religious country, let's face it. And it's going to be the amount of investments that are coming in is not in the 5-star hotels, but in the 3 to 4-star hotel and hospitality chains that you will see in Ayodhya. You will see near Shirdi, Kedarnath, Badrinath. And I think that's where, the hospitality chains will need, towels and sheets, flooring, everything as well. So yes, India is going to grow. The needs are going to be there. And it's not going to be very linear. Let's also face it. Every state has its different dialect. It has a different flavor, different preference of color, different, festive, festivities that we have, from a Baisakhi in the north to an Onam in the south. Dashera in the north, or the Garba in the west. I think, and the Durga Puja in the east. Every buying pattern is very, very different. So I think we all need to gear up to that. We have to brace to that. But I can tell you, there's a huge opportunity for us where you are going to take on the unorganized segment as India evolves to the next level of consumption.
You spoke about Industry 5.0, Dipali, and I want to understand from you, how different does the shop floor look today? How much of physical AI are you starting to factor in already? What do you believe the future is likely to be on that front?
This is something, I know a lot of conversations would have happened today where, AI is something that people have talked about, and people have talked about how it's going to replace, the manpower and how it's going to be. But, I always believe in one thing that, let me begin with, that technology should be used in service.
Go ahead, Dipali.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
I think, yeah, sorry. So you can hear me, right?
Yes.
So I started with technology in service of people, not instead of them. And when you talk about our floor, we have the most modern plants where, every data is self-generated. You can actually predict how much power have you used, and how we can, control the power or the consumption of water or the steam. How, when we're talking about the towel counting that we're doing, because the physical fatigue or the manual fatigue is for real. When you're counting we manufacture 1 million towels every day. So you can imagine the kind of, the fatigue that it can induce. The entire thing is also going to be an ability to really forecast the complete. So I also see, where you'll have a cockpit where you can control, that becomes a control center. Like, what is the inward that is coming in? What are you manufacturing and what are you dispatching to which country? And this is going to be for real. And the key center is going to be your control planning. Your center planning system that will plan for countries all over the world. What is the predictability that you've seen that has sold last week or yesterday, and how do you plan that effectively is going to be very, very key. The fundamentals of manufacturing, and I think a lot of people will agree, is going to be how are you going to control your value loss? How are you looking at your throughput? And how are you looking at, the complete manpower productivity? And I think it's going to be a very interesting mix of machine-generated content with the agentic AI, with the ability to predict, along with seeing what will sell tomorrow in America to in New Zealand? And how do you get that together?
Dipali, given all the uncertainty that we started our conversation with, what's the demand picture like? How's demand shaping up at this point in time? I mean, last year was a difficult year. How's 2026 panning out? We're halfway through the year.
India is in the limelight. And so is, what we are looking at. I think for us, Shireen, as many towels we manufacture or how many bathrobes we manufacture, sheets, I think it will be less.
Demand
so
is strong.
Time, Shireen.
But
I will tread with caution because I always say that we are cautiously optimistic.
Yes, and I guess that is the best place to be given all the uncertainty that we're dealing. But before I let you go, Dipali, on the back of the experience that you've had, and you've been, doing this now for a good part of 2 decades almost, take me through, what the biggest lessons have been, what the biggest learnings have been of doing manufacturing at scale.
I think there's certain leadership, notes that I have, which I always think about. Comfort with continuous uncertainty, I think is going to be a very important way of looking at things, and that's going to be the norm. Discipline to protect what compounds is going to be very important, whether it's going to be R&D, your brands, or your investment in your capacity enhancement, or new products. The other important thing is about an ability to lead across generations and not just markets. And we're seeing it across the globe. It is not just the baby boomers, it's the Gen Zs and the millennials who are looking at, and their value systems are very, very different. Are we working towards that? The other thing is technology adoption that keeps people at the center, and how are we looking at that? And the last but not the least is transparency as identity, not compliance. We are not doing compliances. We are working on transparency because that's going to be the way forward. And I think for me, these are very, very integral. And then patience for capability building, paired with real urgency on execution. It's about people, and I think we have to really take this forward as we do that. So I think these are the lessons for me that I've learned, and keeping all this at the center is going to be the consumer.
Well, that's all very practical advice there, Dipali, and thank you very much for sharing that with us. But finally, what about CapEx? What's the CapEx outlook for you, given the fact that you believe demand is going to be extremely strong?
Shireen, we are looking at a lot of interesting things. We are looking at debottlenecking. We are looking at how we can speed up and see where we can really debottleneck in terms of, a lot of like weaving or processing and get our throughput better. And there's certain evaluations that we're doing at the moment, because I think for us, the key in these tough things is also going to be looking at our net debt to the equity, looking at the ROCE. So whatever we will do will be with this kind of a discretion.
Well, Dipali, I can't let you go without asking you about the fact that we have very few women in manufacturing. You're one of the very few women in the manufacturing sector, manufacturing at scale, making in India for the world. What will it take to have more women in manufacturing, in leadership roles, but also equally on the shop floor?
Shireen, I always believe, and I always, I have this program that is running right now. It's for my supervisor women. It's called the Jagrati. So I just was in that classroom where we were training women, there. And I said, let them be trained in the classroom, but this is not it. Are you even working with their families? Are you working with them that how they can be respected at home? How people can share their workload? How will their peers respect them? So when you're talking about women leaders, we have to ourselves be that leader and lead it from the front. And if we don't, we will not be able to create. And I think women will support more women. And it is going to be, a very important, interesting one. I have taken on my way and my commitment to have at least one of my facilities have 50% women. And how I will do it is what is my commitment towards that. I continue to connect with my women on the shop floor, and more, and I think for me, being the biggest cheerleader for the leaders who can take on leadership roles is what I do. Women in STEM, women who become the CEOs of my businesses. I think is something, Shireen, is very close to my heart. And I always believe, and also working with the communities where I have my program like SPUN, because I feel that 50% of the population, that's our women, if they lead, is where you will become that, economy, which will not be just the 4th largest, but maybe the 2nd largest in the world.
Well, we certainly hope that you continue to unleash all that power. Dipali Goenka, many, many thanks for joining us. We wish you the very best of luck and appreciate your time here on Make 2026. Thank you so much for joining us here this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Dipali Goenka at Wellspun.